Good morning, Commissioner. The first witness today is Michael Beck. I've just been informed by counsel to the city that the location where the witness is testifying from is experiencing a fire alarm. So I propose we adjourn until 10 a.m. this morning accordingly.
Okay. Thank you. Then we'll stand adjourned until 10 o'clock in the hopes that the witness will be available at that time. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner. I believe the issue has been resolved and we are ready to proceed. The first witness today is Michael Beck. If the court reporter could please affirm Mr. Beck.
Morning, Mr. Beck.
Morning.
I'm just going to ask you to affirm your evidence, so please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Good morning, Mr. Beck. My name
Morning.
is Shauna LeClaire and I am Commission Counsel. I'd like to start today with some questions about your professional background.
Sure.
You've worked at the City of Hamilton since 2004, is that correct?
Correct.
And what roles have you held since 2004?
In 2004, I started with the city in the development department as an inspector. Shortly after that, I became a project manager in the development department. In 2009, I then moved over to the public works department in the design section of engineering services as a project manager. And then in 2016, early 2016, around February, I took on a temporary role as the senior project manager in the design section. Shortly thereafter, about a year after that, I became permanent in that position. And now currently I'm in an acting role as acting manager of the design section.
And how long have you been in the acting manager of design role?
The acting manager of design, I've been here since March.
March of this year?
Of this year, yes.
Thank you. And if you could describe your day-to-day task and your roles in the beginning in 2009, so the project manager design role.
Sure. So as a project manager in design, we have a number of projects that we're working on throughout the year. The engineering services delivers anywhere between 40 and 60 projects a year through the various design teams. So as a project manager, we're provided with a number of projects that we work on throughout that year. They can be various types, shave and paves, road rehabilitations, road reconstructions, underground services, culverts, bridges, retaining walls, those sorts of things, all work within the right of way.
Okay, and who did you report to in this role from 2009 to 2016?
As a project manager, I reported to Chris McCafferty, who was the senior project manager at the time, and Susan Jacob was the manager of the city or at engineering services.
Okay, and did you have any direct reports as project manager?
So not a direct report. We work as a team as a project manager. We have a project manager and a design technician that works with us. So we kind of work as a team, both report to the senior project manager.
Okay, and then moving forward to 2016 until earlier this year when you were senior project manager design, who did you report to in that role?
So as a senior project manager, I then reported to Susan Jacob, the manager of design.
Okay, and did you have any direct reports in that role?
Yes, yes. So in that role, all of the staff beneath me technically reported to me. So as the senior project manager, there was about, at the time, 25 staff that were reporting to me.
Okay, and did you report directly or indirectly to the director of engineering role as senior project manager?
Not directly, maybe indirectly, we would deal with the director of engineering, yes.
Okay, and that was Mr. Moore and later Mr. McGuire?
Correct.
Okay, and who do you currently report to as acting manager?
So as acting manager, I'm currently reporting to the acting director, Susan Jacob.
Okay. Okay, and looking primarily at the project manager and senior project manager roles, what do those roles involve with respect to the RHVP and roads more generally in Hamilton?
Sorry, just so I understand, you want both the project manager's role and the senior project manager's role? Is that what you're asking for?
Sure,
So,
yeah.
okay.
Any ways that they're similar or if there's anything distinct between the roles, that would be helpful as well.
Okay, so the project manager basically runs with the project. When a project becomes, like if Shave and Pave becomes a project through the scoping documents, the project manager is the person that ultimately runs that project in engineering services in the design section. once it comes to us. So there's a scoping portion, budgeting portion that's done before it comes to us. We deal with the design and put it out to tender. As the senior project manager, I oversee all the different teams, and I provide help, support, guidance if there's staffing concerns, those sorts of things, to the project managers to make sure that they are able to function and do their jobs.
As a senior project manager, were you responsible for any specific projects, or was that left more to the project manager level?
There's so much work that happens. It's tough to handle projects on a regular basis. There may be the odd project we might take on, but for the most part, just because, with the 25 different staff and trying to put out about, I said 40 to 60 projects a year, there's just too much work to do as the senior project manager with all those projects that are happening, to manage also your own projects at the same time.
Okay. And how did the senior project manager role differ from the manager of design and director of engineering services role?
So the senior project manager is a little bit more hands-on with the staff. We provide, guidance on some of those decision-making processes when it comes to questions and stuff. We provide, senior leadership to the teams when it comes to various things. We might sit in on meetings if there's a lot of discussion happening that may need, again, some backup or support sort of thing. Where the manager, similar, the manager does that as well, but then they also take it to the next level where they're managing not just the teams and helping support, but they also may take, issues that need to be brought up to senior leadership or taken up to the directors, that sort of thing. That's what the manager role would be.
Okay. And what was your professional experience prior to joining the city in 2004?
So prior to 2004, I was working in consulting. I worked for Tro Consulting Engineers when I first left university. And then I also worked at McCormick Rankin for a short period of time.
And was that consulting experience related to roads, or was it similar in nature to the work that you did as a project manager and later senior project manager?
So when I was at Tro Consulting Engineers, I did work with the building science group. So we were a small office, so I did a number of different things. I did building science, geotechnical, as well as worked on some of the highway projects as well. I helped in the office on those highway projects.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, you had some experience prior to joining the city with highways and roads, but it wasn't that wasn't exclusively what you worked on?
It was contract administration work I was doing.
Okay. And if you could tell me about your educational background.
Sure. I went to college right after high school, Conestoga College for civil engineering technologist. And then when I finished college at Conestoga, I went to McMaster University and got my bachelor's in engineering. I finished at Mac in 2019. I had one course to pick up that I completed in 2000. So I technically graduated in 2000.
Okay. And I understand you're a professional engineer. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And when did you first become a professional engineer in Ontario?
I got my license in 2008.
Sorry, was that 2000 or 2001?
2008.
Oh, 2008. Okay. And are you licensed in any other jurisdictions?
No, only Ontario.
Okay. And could you explain what your group, so design, what it's responsible for within engineering services?
So as I mentioned before, we do sewer, water, road design. We deal with bridges, culverts, road resurfacings, those basic civil engineering within the road right away.
Okay. And how do the different groups within engineering services work together?
So again, the asset management group, as it was called at the time, they dealt with the stakeholders and the budgeting and basically pulled together the scopes from the various inputs. That scope would then be presented into the CPMS, which is our capital project management system. They then, if there's budget, then we would move forward with the project in the design process. Depending upon the project, it was internal design or we would use consultants to help us with those designs, depending on staffing and complexities. And then we would take it to tender. Our contracts group is also part of engineering services. They're under the design section. They then put the tenders out to the public for the contractors to bid on. Once the contracts are awarded, then the construction section of engineering services takes over and basically takes it to completion.
Okay. And how does engineering services fit within the broader public works department? How does it relate to other divisions that may have some role in roads?
So engineering services deals with the capital program. So basically projects that have been sorted out over a long period of time. We have a 5-year schedule. There's a 10-year schedule of projects that we are looking at that come to us. And again, those could be from master plans. They could be from, just time for repairs and stuff like that, depending upon what it is. So we fit in within the road right of way, basically, is what we do. Anything between property line to property line is covered through our work. We don't do maintenance work, so pothole repair, crack sealing, or concrete sidewalk repairs. Those sorts of things are handled through our maintenance through the maintenance section. They also dealt with traffic safety. They dealt with providing scope to the asset management group for the projects. And as well in public works that we then have Hamilton Water, and Hamilton Water does your linear systems and your vertical systems, basically. So they deal with some of their underground piping, towers, pump stations, the plant at Woodward, that they're basically done through the Hamilton Water section.
Thank you. Registrar, if we could call up overview document 5, pages 29 and 30. And Mr. Beck, while the registrar is pulling that up, I understand that you had some involvement in the resurfacing of the link that ultimately occurred in 2011. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And what was your role on that project?
So I was the project manager for that project. I worked with Ludimir Yuzerowski on that project. The project itself was pretty straightforward. It was a shave and pave. A lot of the project involvement was scheduling and coordination with the MTO, because we had to shut down some ramps and stuff like that, as well as coordination, communication aspects of it. And that was in 2011 that project was put out for tender and constructed.
And who else from your group design was involved in the project?
Would have been my design tech that I was working with. I think at that time that was Claudio Leone and myself. And then like in design, that would be us as a team. Obviously, the senior project manager and the manager are both aware of the projects that I'm working on.
Okay, and who is the lead on that project?
The project manager would be lead, so that would have been myself.
And had you worked with Dr. Yuzerowski before this project?
No, this is the first time.
Okay, so just looking at paragraph 67 on the left-hand side. This is an email exchange from December 6th, 2010. Was this when you first communicated with Dr. Yuzerowski, to your knowledge, or around this time?
I guess, yes.
And to your knowledge, who at the city was primarily responsible for communicating with and providing instructions to Boulder for this project?
I don't remember who the original roster assignment was set up through, but I was dealing with Dr. Uzarovsky during that time.
Okay. And to confirm, this was a roster assignment?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And registrar, if we can just take down that call out. And if you can call out paragraph 68. Actually, registrar, it might be easier if we go to the underlying document itself related to this paragraph. It is HAM 51409. And if you can, thank you very much. And the first email in this chain, it splits slightly over the pages. So the detail on the sender and the date is at the bottom of the first image, and then it flows onto the second page. So you'll see on December 7th, 2010, you sent an email to who appear to be representatives of utility companies regarding the link resurfacing. How was the decision to resurface the link made, to your knowledge?
That would have come through our asset management group at the time.
Okay, so you were not involved in that decision? Okay. And did you understand it to be based on timing, or were there any triggers for that resurfacing, or is that not something that you?
That's not something I would have been. I was fairly new at this time to the Public Works Department.
Okay, and on the left-hand page in the middle of the page, Brian Towers responded to your email asking about the asphalt mix that was to be placed. You advised 50 millimeters of SP 12.5 FC2, and that you had a meeting with a consultant to review the proposed mix, so it was subject to change. The consultant that you're referring to, is that Golder?
I assume so.
Okay. Do you recall if the meeting on Thursday you were referring to was with Dr. Uzarovsky?
I assume so. It's quite some time ago.
Okay. So you don't have a recollection of that meeting, if I understand.
I don't have no, I do not.
Okay. And Mr. Towers responded, ask what the friction / stability numbers are compared to other options / mixes. Do you know what friction / stability numbers Mr. Towers was referring to in this email?
I do not.
Was friction a concern at this time, or was it something that you were discussing?
I don't know.
Okay. At this time, did you have any experience or expertise in friction or analyzing friction numbers?
No.
Do you now have that expertise or experience? Is that something you're familiar with?
In relation to what? Sorry.
Do you have any familiarity with friction testing or analyzing friction numbers?
No, I'm not experienced in that.
Do you have any recollections regarding this exchange with Mr. Towers?
I do not.
And do you recall any other discussions relating to friction in context of the link resurfacing?
No, I do not.
Okay. I'd like to move forward in time to October 2013. Registrar, if we can call up HAM 23413, and if possible, if we could have image 3 on the left and image 2 on the right. Sorry,
Well,
Regis.
2 images for this one.
You only have two images for that. Okay, no problem. Okay, so in October 2013, you were included on an email sent by Alan Jazvac, who was responding to an email he received from Stephen Cooper regarding the timing of resurfacing on the RHVP. I'll just give you a moment to review the emails.
Okay.
Okay, so at this time in October 2013, do you recall any discussions regarding resurfacing of the RHVP?
No, I don't.
And in Mr. Jazvac's email, which starts at the bottom of the image on the left and continues at the top on the right, he suggested that the RHVP would be resurfaced around 2021. Do you know if he was estimating, or to your knowledge, was that planned or contemplated at that time?
I don't know.
Okay. And to your knowledge, what was intended to be the trigger for RHVP resurfacing? Timing, condition?
Are you asking at this time or are you asking me now?
Generally, at this time, were you aware of what
No.
would trigger the RHVP resurfacing?
No.
Okay, and Mr. Cooper replied indicating that he had asked because traffic was considering raised reflector pavement markings in this section and wanted to coordinate with a resurface project if there was one in the near future. Did you know at this time, so October 2013, that Mr. Cooper was working on a safety assessment of the RHVP with SEMA?
No. No, I did not.
Okay. And for your reference, the report that resulted from this work is what we refer to as the 2013 SEMA report. And I will call that up in a moment, but just before I leave this document, registrar, if we could mark HAM 23413 as the next exhibit. I believe that is 107.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
I just stopped for a second there. Not a big matter, but this was a document that was used in yesterday's examination and was not treated as an exhibit. Is it
Okay,
the case that it's not included in the overview document?
I don't believe that it is. Let me just confirm that and clarify that for you. I don't believe this is in the overview document.
Oh, okay. I stand corrected. The document that appeared yesterday has a different number. It incorporates some of this email, but it's a different document. So. Okay.
Okay.
So what number is that? Exhibit 107?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, and registrar, if we could go to HAM 41871. Mr. Beck, I'd just like to take you to the cover page of the report in case it's helpful. Do you recall if at this time around the fall of 2013, if you were aware of this?
No, I was not.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, you can take that down. In March of 2013, Golder Associates was retained to conduct 3 projects the reactivation of RHVP instrumentation, PMTR phase 3, and a 5-year evaluation of the condition of the RHVP, which resulted in what we refer to as the Golder report, but a draft report provided by Golder in 2014. Were you aware of these projects at the time, so in March of 2013?
No,
And I take it you were not involved in any of those projects?
no, I was not.
And relating in particular to the last of the 3 that I described, the 5-year evaluation of the condition of the RHVP, which we refer to as the Golder project, would that be the type of project that you would typically be involved in your role as project manager at the time?
No,
At the time, do you recall Mr. Moore ever discussing or telling you that he and Dr. Izarowski were preparing a conference paper related to the 5-year condition of the RHVP?
no,
And the scope of the Golder project was expanded in the fall of 2013. To include friction testing. Were you aware of that at the time?
no, I was not.
Okay, and were you aware of any discussions within Public Works relating to slippery conditions on the RHVP?
No,
Is friction testing or analysis something that you typically would be included in at the
No.
time?
no, not normally.
And at this time, so 2013, 2014, did you ever receive any friction testing results from anyone?
No,
Were you aware that there were any friction test results?
no,
We heard evidence from Mr. Jason Warren that he recalled asking for RHVP friction testing results sometime in 2015, and that someone in engineering services advised him that he didn't need it and that they weren't going to share the report or the results. He did not recall who provided that information to him, but identified that he worked with you on occasion and that it was possible that you gave him this information. Did you provide this information or similar information to Mr. Warren?
no, I did not.
Do you recall ever discussing RHVP test results with Mr. Warren?
No, no, I don't.
Okay. And do you recall any discussion in engineering services at this time, so in 2015, about RHVP test results?
No,
Okay. And did you have any other involvement regarding the RHVP generally around this time or prior to approximately 2016?
no,
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 7, page 119. We are going to be moving forward in time to March of 2016. Just looking at paragraph 380. Derek Nunn from Norjon reached out to you to schedule a meeting about scrub seal in late March 2016. What is scrub seal?
Scrub seal is a type of seal where they use brushes to, when they place the sealant down on the local or rural road, it helps, the brushes help push the sealant that's used on the asphalt into the cracks. So it was something that was being done in the States and has not been used up here, and something that I believe Norjon was looking at doing themselves.
And to your knowledge, what's the intended result of the application of scrub seal?
The intended results was, as a normal sealant, you're sealing the very fine cracks that occur in your surface layer of asphalt. And the nice thing about the brushes is that because they provide, they create a little bit of a barrier, but also kind of push the material into the larger cracks, which provide a little bit better penetration of that sealant into the cracks.
Okay, so it relates to, you said fine cracks on the surface?
Yeah, your normal sealing does that for fine cracks.
Okay, thank you. And were you familiar with Mr. Nunn, or had you worked with him previously at this time?
I don't remember. I may have met him at the asphalt preservation conference that I went to in Niagara Falls previous year.
That was in 2015.
Correct.
So I understand. Okay. And did you understand the discussions related to scrub seal to relate to the RHVP?
No,
They did not relate to the RHVP, is that correct?
no, I wouldn't expect this application would be on a highway condition.
And registrar, if you can close that. Just a call out. And in the next paragraph, just looking at 381, why did you forward this to asset management at this time?
I thought it was a very interesting technology. Again, at that conference that I attended, it seemed like there was significant success on local and rural roads down in the States. And considering, crack sealing costs and stuff like that, I thought this was a great opportunity or a cool technology that might be useful on some of our local roads and rural applications.
Okay, and you didn't have any particular projects in mind when you forwarded this email, is that correct?
No, nothing in mind, no.
Okay. And a meeting was ultimately arranged for April 27th, 2016. The meeting was arranged in an email exchange between Mr. Jasbach and Mr. Nunn. You weren't copied on those emails, but at this time, so late March, early April, were you aware of this, of the meeting?
This meeting you're talking about on April 27th?
Yes, so just to confirm, were you aware in late March or early April that a meeting was arranged to discuss scrub seal specifically?
But to discuss scrub seals, I think I was invited to a meeting.
Registrar, if we can close that call out. And if we can leave this image up and also open image 120. And this is moving forward a few weeks in time to April 15th, 2016. So I'm looking at paragraph 382 at the bottom of 119, continuing to the top of 120. On April 15th, 2016, Mr. Andoga emailed you and Ms. Jacobs, copying Mr. Jasbach, Mr. McCafferty, Mr. Odie, and Mr. Sadawi. And I will just let you review the email.
Okay.
Okay, and prior to receiving this email on April 15th, 2016, were you aware that the link in RHVP were being discussed for rehabilitation in 2017?
Don't believe so.
And at this time, did you understand rehabilitation to refer to resurfacing of the RHVP or to something else?
According to the email that you presented me, it was not resurfacing.
And at this time, were you aware as to when this work had first been raised?
No,
And would it be unusual for work of this nature to be first raised the year prior to its contemplated implementation?
the email identifies that they want to do a trial section, I believe. Test section is what they say. So we have looked at test sections before, and that is done to see if it's an applicable process.
Okay. So you did not think there was anything unusual about the timing?
No.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can just call out the text of the email. So the indented paragraph. Perfect. Thank you. And in the second sentence of the first paragraph, Mr. Ndoga's email included, the objective is to improve skid resistance of the RHVE. Do you know what was meant by that?
At that time, no.
And at this time, were you aware of any concerns about skid resistance on the RHVP?
No.
And did you ask Mr. Ndoga why he stated this as the objective?
I don't recall.
At this time, did you have any discussions with anyone at the city about the need to improve skid resistance on the RHVP?
No.
And what was your familiarity with skid resistance as a concept at this time?
Sorry, with respect to?
Skid resistance testing generally, was this something you were familiar with? I had asked you earlier in time in context of the link resurfacing, if you had any familiarity.
No.
Had that changed by this time?
No.
Okay. Do you recall any discussion of concerns regarding the condition or safety on the RHVP at this time?
No, I don't.
Okay, and were you provided with copy of any reports related to the RHVP at this time?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of any complaints related to the RHVP around this time?
No, I don't believe so.
And Registrar, if you can close this call out. If you could open paragraph 383. In fact, I believe this was the paragraph that I had intended to refer to you, as this is the email that you were provided. The content that I took you to is largely the same. In this email, Mr. Ndoga refers to Miller Group and Norjon. Why were Miller Group and Norjon invited to provide a proposal for a rehabilitation strategy and test section?
I don't know. I was not part of that.
Okay. And did you have any understanding regarding what the scope of those proposals were?
No, I did not.
And to your knowledge, was anyone else invited to submit a proposal to your knowledge?
I don't know.
Okay. And why was Mr. Ndoga sending this to you and Ms. Jacob, to your knowledge? Was he expecting any action from either of you at this time?
I don't think he was looking for action. assume it was more of an FYI.
Okay. Registrar, if you can close that, and if you can leave up image 120 and also bring up image 121. Thank you. And at paragraph 384, the same day you replied to Mr. Andoga writing, interesting, are we thinking microsurfacing? Mr. Andoga replied to you writing, yes, sir. Why did you ask specifically about microsurfacing?
Again, it was something that was discussed at that conference that I had attended in 2015. So, and I had never seen it done on a highway application.
Okay. And did you think it would be appropriate for either the RHVP or the link at this time?
I wasn't familiar with the process, so I was not sure if it would be appropriate or not.
Okay, and what in particular did you find interesting about the email you received?
I wasn't familiar with the process, so I just found it interesting that that was something being looked at.
Okay. And at this time, were you aware of whether or not there had been a previous recommendation for microsurfacing on the RHVP?
No.
Okay. And do you recall having any discussions with anyone around this time regarding the rehabilitation needs of the RHVP and link?
The RHVP, no.
Okay. And when I say the link, I mean outside of the resurfacing that you had been involved in prior in 2011. At this time in 2016, were you involved in any discussions regarding rehabilitation for the link?
For the link, we had seen some cracking that was occurring earlier than we had anticipated, so we were keeping an eye on the link.
And registrar, if we can go to HAM 33919. Thank you. And on April 25th, you were one of the recipients to an email from Mr. Andoga forwarding his discussions with Mr. Nunn. To your knowledge, who made the decision to address pavement rehabilitation needs of the RHVP in 2017?
I'm not sure who made that decision.
Would you have, is there a particular, even if you don't recall a particular person, would there have been a particular group within engineering services responsible for that?
Most likely our asset management group at that time.
And we spoke about this a bit earlier when we were looking at Mr. Andoga's email, which referenced the objective being skid resistance. At the time, was that your understanding of the objective, or what did you understand the objective to be?
The objective for the microsurfacing, you mean?
Or for the, to address the pavement rehabilitation needs? So not necessarily microsurfacing specifically, but what was the objective in your view?
And I'm sorry, for the link or the Red Hill?
For the Red Hill.
Oh, okay, sorry, because you had asked about the link, so I just want to make sure I was provided. I'm not sure. I was not, at that time, the link was on my mind about the premature cracking.
Okay. So you were not aware of any other objective for the pavement rehabilitation of the Red Hill other than what was included in the emails you received?
Correct, yes.
And was there anything in particular in Mr. Andoga's email that we just looked at a moment ago that prompted you to think microsurfacing in response? And I'm happy to call up that email.
I mean, you're talking about my response to Rick when I said interesting?
Sure. Registrar, why don't we go to that just for a moment? It's overview document 7, page 120 and 121.
Sorry, I just want to make sure I'm answering the question correctly.
No, of course. I'm happy to have the document up just to ground the question in time. And if we can actually call out 383 and 384, just to give Mr. Beck more context. And was there anything in particular in this email that prompted you to say microsurfacing?
Probably just the fact that Norjon did surface treatments, such as the scrub seal and microsurfacing.
Okay, so you were aware that that was something that Norjon
Did, yes, correct.
Okay, and registrar, if we can take that down and go back to HAM 33919. Okay. And you'll see in the email from Mr. Andoga that you were forwarded, there are, his email includes the attachments, and the proposal attached originally by Mr. Nunn was included. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 7, pages 119 and 120. Apologies, registrar. If we could actually go to HAM 33921, which I believe to be the attachment to the email. Thank you. The proposal makes reference to ultra-thin bonded wearing course. What is ultra-thin bonded wearing course?
It's a surface treatment.
Okay, and what is its purpose?
It can be used for a number of things. I mean, I haven't used an ultra thin bonded wearing course in my professional time, so I know that it exists and that there is options for it. Typically, it's used as a overlay.
Okay. And do you recall if at this time you reviewed the proposal attached to Mr. Andoga's email?
I probably read it.
Okay. And does ultra-thin bonded wearing course improve friction, or is that its intended use?
I don't know if it's its intended use. Again, I haven't used it specifically on any of the projects.
Okay. Is it your understanding that it does improve friction?
I believe it can, yes.
Okay, and registrar, if we can just call out the third paragraph beginning with BWC. So this includes, it extends pavement life by sealing the existing surface and greatly improves skid resistance, particularly in wet conditions. At this time, were you aware that there was a high proportion of wet surface condition collisions on the RHVP?
No, I was not.
And had you reviewed or were you aware of the RHVP collision history at this time?
No, I had not.
And to your knowledge, what other pavement needs would bonded wearing course address?
Again, they can be used on local or rural road applications where you're constantly sealing up cracking and stuff like that. And we've also, they can be used on, I believe, cold in place projects. We haven't done that, but I understand they can be done on those projects as well.
Okay, so I understand from your answer, another pavement need that bonded wearing course would address would be crack sealing.
Correct. Yeah.
And if we can just close that call out. Why were you included in the email attaching this proposal? At the time, what was your role with respect to RHVP rehabilitation?
I had not been involved. Like, I had just started as in the acting role or temporary role of the senior project manager. So I'm assuming I was invited because of that role.
Okay. And registrar, if we can also call up HAM 33919, which is the email attaching the proposal. So there's a number of other public works staff, including Mr. Moore, Mr. Sadawi, Mr. Hughes, Mr. McShane, Mr. Prusen, Mr. Odie, and Mr. Jasmak. With respect to this project specifically, how were their roles similar or different to yours?
Sorry, who specifically are you asking?
You
named a lot of people there.
I'm just trying to get a sense of if you had an understanding of why those individuals would have been copied at this time, if you understood what their roles, any of those copied on the email, would have been with respect to RHVP rehabilitation.
I would only be speculating as to why they were included.
And of those included on the email, to your knowledge, did any have expertise in pavement friction?
I'm not aware of any.
And when you say you're not aware of any, just to confirm.
I'm not sure if any of these individuals had experience in pavement friction.
Okay, so you're not sure either way whether or not they did?
I'm not sure.
Okay. And in Mr. Andoga's email, he said the top email, he said FYI for discussion at our meeting with Norjon on Wednesday. Wednesday, as referred to by Mr. Andoga, would have been April 27th, 2016, the same day as the meeting that I had asked you about a bit earlier regarding scrub seal.
Okay.
Was the meeting with Mr. Nunn intended to address both scrub seal and bonded wearing course?
I don't remember specifically.
Okay. And do you remember if the meeting was intended to discuss the RHVP in particular?
I can't recall specifically, I'm sorry.
Do you recall if you attended this meeting?
I believe I did.
Okay. Do you recall who else was present?
No, I don't remember everyone that was there.
Do you recall anyone in particular, even if you don't recall all who may have attended, or are you not sure?
I'm not sure. Again, I would be speculating as to, I attend a lot of meetings, so to remember who's at every meeting would be very difficult.
Okay. And do you recall what was discussed at this meeting?
The only thing I remember talking to Derek about with the meeting was just, it was something that's always stuck in my mind was just about how the pavements under bridges react. And it was, for some reason, that's the only thing that from this meeting I remember offhand.
And what do you recall about how pavements?
Just the fact that under bridges, the asphalt tends to, because it's in the shade a lot and stuff like that, it's a little bit different in its how it what do I say, its life tends to compared to the other pavements that are exposed to the sun, because it's in the shade and stuff, it reacts differently.
Okay, and was this the first time that you became aware of that?
Yeah, I thought that I'd never heard that before. That was interesting.
And after the meeting on April 27th, 2016, do you recall discussing RHVP rehabilitation or pavement treatments with respect to the RHVP?
I don't, no, not after this meeting.
Okay, and were you involved in the decision of whether or not to proceed with Norjohn's proposal?
No,
And to your knowledge, was bonded wearing force ultimately used on the RHVP?
I don't believe it was.
And do you recall why it
I
was
don't
not?
know. No, I don't know.
Registrar, you can take those down. And if you could take us to Ham 858. If you can call up the second image as well. Thank you. And this is an email from March 1st, 2017 that you were copied on with a number of others that was sent from Mr. Andoga to David Ferguson in the traffic group. You were not copied on the original emails or the initial emails further down the chain, but you would have received them as part of the email that you received on March 1st. Registrar, if we could have images 2 and 3 open, please. And in the email from Mr. Andoga on February 24th, Mr. Andoga wrote to Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson that asset management was proposing resurfacing the link and RHVP over a 4-year period, with the RHVP in 2018 to 2019 and the link in 2020 to 2021. Prior to receiving this email on March 1st, 2017, were you aware of this proposed schedule?
I don't recall.
Between the meeting we just discussed with Norjohn in April 2016 and this email, do you know why the scope of work on the RHVP changed from pavement rehabilitation to resurfacing?
I don't know.
Okay, and Registrar, if we can call HAM 26073. Okay. And Registrar, if we can have images 2 and 3 to start. Just let you review for a moment, Mr. Beck. Okay, so considering, so the last document that we looked at was March of 2017, and these emails are in June. So taking this time kind of broadly from March to June 2017, what was your role or involvement regarding the resurfacing of the RHVP?
So again, I was just the senior project manager at the time. So I would just be a support in that case for the project manager.
Okay, so you were not actively working on anything relating to the RHVP at this time?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Okay, and having been involved in the link resurfacing back in 2011, could you describe the similarities and or differences to your knowledge in how those projects were initiated?
Sorry, initiated
How you came
how they became a project?
Yes.
Again, that would have come through our asset management group. I mean, how they come to that determination, I am not part of that process.
So in both cases for the link resurfacing that you were involved in 2011 and for this project, you weren't involved in the initial discussions.
In the scoping, no, I was not involved in the scoping of those. No.
Thank you. And would your group design be involved in establishing the scope of what would be included in resurfacing?
We may be asked a question or two, but again, that's not our involvement. Our process is once the scope has been fleshed out, typically it comes to the design section to move forward with for the tender.
Okay. And registrar, if we can now have images 1 and 2. Okay. And you were copied on an email from Ms. Jacob on June 12th, 2017. So this is an email in the middle of the page on the left, in which she wrote, Gary is working with John Mader, Director of Transportation, on this. Please don't act on the scope below until he has cleared it. Am I correct that Gary refers to Mr. Moore as he was the recipient of the email below, to your knowledge?
I would assume.
Okay. And did you understand Mr. Moore to have involvement in establishing the project's scope?
I guess he was in discussions with the transportation section.
Was that typical of his role or of engineering services more broadly to be involved in discussions with other groups for a project of this nature?
I mean, there's a lot of discussions that happen at director level that I'm not party to. As a senior project manager, I the information filters down to us as required.
Okay, but was there anything surprising from when you received Ms. Jacob's email indicating that Mr. Moore?
No.
Thank you. Do you recall being aware of any debate between Mr. Moore and Mr. Mader and their respective groups regarding the scope of the RHVP at this time?
I was not aware.
Okay, and from your perspective, was there good collaboration between the groups, being engineering services and traffic?
With respect to, I'm sorry, with respect to what? I mean, we were constantly interacting because, with just the nature of the work.
I meant the question generally, just in terms of your experience. Was there good collaboration between the groups?
I would say collaboration's gotten better.
And were you aware of any concerns when you say it has gotten better? At the time before it got better, were you aware of any concerns?
No, I mean, just more communication is more what I'm meaning.
Okay. And did you ever have concerns about siloing of information or ineffective information sharing between the groups?
I didn't have concerns. I liked having that communication back and forth so that information was provided.
Okay, thank you. And at this time, so up to about June 2017, were there any action items regarding the RHVP resurfacing on your plate? Or were you waiting for the scope to be confirmed by asset management before you?
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
We would have been waiting for the scope to be completed.
Okay. I'm just going back for a moment regarding the collaboration between groups. You mentioned in your response that it got better. When would you say that it got better?
It's been happening over time. I mean, I started in 2009, so as I've through working with the city, communication has gotten better over time.
And in what ways would you say it's improved?
We have a ongoing coordination meeting and more people providing information with respect to the projects they're working on is now, happening more.
Okay. And registrar, I believe this document, so HAM 26073 also needs to be marked as an exhibit. So that would be 108 by my count.
Sorry, Council, I think this was marked yesterday.
My
I think it's
apologies.
exhibit 106.
Okay, thank you. My apologies. Thank you for confirming, registrar. Okay, I'd like to move forward a few months in time. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, page 16. And you can, thank you. And looking at paragraphs, actually, registrar, if you could call out paragraphs 34 and 35, please. And Mr. Andoga emailed you on November 16th, 2017, under the subject line, Red Hill core samples. And he wrote, do we have any core information for the Red Hill? If so, send it to Gary, please. And you replied the same day, writing, not yet, they're still working on everything. I expect we will have something before Christmas. Do you recall what core samples this referred to?
I don't know specifically to this this request.
Generally at this time, were you working on anything to do with Red Hill core samples?
I'm trying to remember. Is this specific to something? Like, is there?
There's no more detailed information in this email. To give you some context in terms of time, I understand that on November 24th, 2017, Mr. Moore received a proposal from Dr. Izarowski relating to the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation that made reference to cores. I will also take you to another document, registrar, if we can go to HAM 52774. Sorry, 52774. 7-4, Registrar. Thank you. So this is an email exchange that begins first in August 2017, so a few months earlier, that makes reference to some pavement cores. Are these the cores that you were referring to in your email or in your email exchange with Mr. Andoga in November?
Most likely then, yes.
Okay, and I understand from your response to Mr. Norris at AME on October 3rd, 2017, that the cores you were directing Mr. Norris to remove were on the shoulder. Is that correct?
According to this email, correct?
Okay, and you wrote to Mr. Norris that you had been asked to turn the lane into a continuous lane. What was that referring to?
If I remember correctly, there is a portion of the link where it ties into the Red Hill where just from the original construction of the two, that it made sense to turn that area into a continuous lane, which it currently wasn't. So we needed some pavement information for that shoulder to see what the structure of the asphalt was.
And that would be the structure of the asphalt of the shoulder.
It would give us the pavement thickness as well as the granular thickness to the subgrade below.
Okay, and did the reference to turning it into a continuous lane, did that relate to resurfacing of the RHVP?
I believe that was being discussed, yes.
And Registrar, I believe this document, HAM 72774, needs to be marked. So this one would be Exhibit 108.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Okay, and going back to Overview Document 8, page 16. So I will come to the Golder proposal in a moment, but just so that I understand correctly, at this time, so November 16th, 2017, were you aware of any core samples other than what we had just looked at? Were you anticipating any core samples other than the shoulder that we just discussed?
At this time, again, that would have been the only one I would have known of.
Okay. And what was your involvement, or had your involvement changed from what we had been discussing regarding the RHVP resurfacing?
Well, at the time, specific to those cores, we were looking at the link. That core was at the border of the link and the Red Hill, and that was the reason why that core was taken.
Okay. And were you actively involved in or working on anything relating to the resurfacing of the Red Hill at this time?
I can't remember if at this time we were into the project yet or not. I don't know if the scope was completed yet at this time.
Okay, and when you're saying that the scope, are you referring to the RHVP resurfacing?
Correct.
Okay, and Registrar, can we go to HAM 1042? And this is an email that you sent Dr. Yuzurowski on October 4th, 2017. And you wrote, further to our conversation on Monday, I believe you have already received the invite for our meeting next Tuesday. I was hoping we could discuss the following next week. Before getting into the items more specifically, do you recall having a conversation with Dr. Yuzurowski at this time?
Specific to this email, sorry? Is that what you're
Yes,
asking?
so in your email, you say further to our conversation on Monday. Do you recall that conversation?
I don't recall that conversation, I'm sorry.
And at number 4 of the list, you wrote asphalt for the Red Hill Parkway resurfacing. I will get Sarath to come in to discuss this one with us. What did that relate to?
I'm assuming to the pavement selection, but I don't know.
You don't have a specific
I don't have a
recollection?
specific recollection to why I had that in that email.
Okay, and registrar, if we can mark this as exhibit 109. And this email makes pardon, sorry, registrar, go ahead.
Sorry, just saying that I noted it.
Thank you. And Mr. Beck, your email makes reference to a meeting the following Tuesday. Do you recall if you attended that meeting?
I don't recall specific if I attended that meeting, I'm sorry.
And registrar, if we can go to HAM 61787 at image 164. Thank you. And Mr. Beck, are these your notes?
They look like my notes.
Okay. And registrar, if you can just call out the note itself, just so that it's a little bit bigger. Thank you. So you'll see this note is dated October 10th, 2017. And towards the bottom of the page, there is link /RHBP 58E-28, I believe.
Mhm.
What does that refer to?
Well, this note is specific. What it looks like was we were talking about, if you looked at the email you showed me, we were talking about the MSCR asphalt grades. So I've written down here, residential would be a 5828 asphalt PGAC grade or massacre graded asphalt. For collector, we would look at maybe using the S, which is a standard. The arterials would be an H or a heavy, and depending upon the type of arterial, the V would represent a very heavy. And then the E would be extreme, something you would see on a highway. So for, in our case, the link or the RHBP.
Okay, and do you think that, given that context, that these are notes from the meeting that was referenced in your email? Is that possible?
I would assume so, because I think the top line of that email stated the discussion on the MSCR or the massacre graded asphalts. And that's what this is in relationship to.
Okay, and other than what's noted here, do you have a recollection of anything discussed with respect to the RHBP at that meeting?
I don't.
Okay, thank you, registrar. You can close that. You can close the document as well for a moment. I understand that discussions surrounding hot in place recycling in context of the RHBP resurfacing began in or around November 2017, following the CTAA conference in Halifax. Just before we continue, registrar, I believe that last document, HAM 61787, also needs to be marked. That would be 110.
Noted, council. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back for a moment. So did you attend the CTAA conference in Halifax in November 2017?
No, I did not.
And when did you first become aware that hot in place recycling was being considered for the RHBP?
I honestly don't remember.
Right. Do you know why hot in place recycling was being considered?
in general, or are you asking specific to why it was being selected?
Specific for why it was being considered for the RHP.
I don't know specifically why that was selected.
Do you know generally?
Generally, it's a environmentally friendly option as well as a cost savings option because you are using the existing asphalt as part of the resurfacing process. So from a city point of view, and what we do with most of our projects, we try to look at these environmental options as well as cost savings.
Okay. And registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, pages 20 and 21. Mr. Moore received a proposal from Golder for testing on the RHVP, including PSV, polished stone value, median texture depth, and British pendulum testing on November 24th, 2017, which he provided to you and to Mr. Andoga. For the purpose of the inquiry, we refer to the project as the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation. So this would be what I'm referring to when I say that. Thinking back to the November 16th email with Mr. Andoga that we spoke about the cores, to your knowledge, were you aware that a proposal was forthcoming from Golder at the time of that email?
The 16th email, you mean?
Correct.
No, I was not aware.
Okay, so did you first become aware of the assignment when you were provided the proposal from Mr. Moore?
This would have been the first time I saw it.
Did you review the proposal when Mr. Moore sent it to you?
I would have gone through it.
Okay, and did you discuss the proposal or the assignment with Mr. Moore or Mr. Andoga after you received it?
I honestly don't recall. This is the busiest time of year for us in engineering services. We're putting a lot of contracts out.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the purpose of this assignment at the time?
We were just doing cores. That was all I really familiarized myself with. I don't, other than what I had read at this time, I just knew we were doing cores.
So when you say we were just doing cores, to be clear, are you referring to the Golder pavement evaluation proposal?
The one that we're talking about?
Correct.
The one for that Gary forwarded on to me.
Correct.
Yes.
So were you aware that in addition to cores that there would be British pendulum testing, that there were other tests that were being performed, or were you only aware that?
So when I was involved here, I was trying to help coordinate traffic control and stuff like that. I was not involved in the actual sampling or anything that was done on site.
Okay, and did you have an understanding of why this assignment was being requested by the city at this time? What the purpose of the testing was?
I don't recall. Again, I would have read the email that was sent, but I was quite busy and don't know if I took note.
And you said you would have read the email. Would you have read the proposal as well?
Most likely.
Okay. And in your view, was the project intended to provide the city with information on the current condition of the RHVP, or was it intended to provide information regarding the possibility of conducting hot in place recycling on the RHVP, or both?
I honestly don't recall.
Okay. And At this time, did you have any concerns regarding the condition or safety of the RHVP?
I did not.
And at this time, had anyone ever raised such concerns with you?
Not that I recall.
So at this time, late November into early December of 2017, did you understand whether the RHVP resurfacing was still on track to begin in 2018?
Honestly, I don't remember at that time. Again, we're so busy at this time of year, I don't recall what the discussions were.
Okay. And the testing for the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation was conducted on December 6th to 7th, 2017. Were you aware of this at the time?
Again, I only helped set up the traffic control. That was my level of involvement that I remember.
Okay. Were you awaiting the results of the testing for anything you were directly working on?
No, I was not waiting on any of the results.
And in context of this project, Ms. Risby at Golder expressed that the city faced an urgent safety issue with the RHVP. To be clear, you aren't copied on the email I'm referring to. It is an internal email to Golder. But I'd like to ask you a few questions regarding your knowledge. Were you aware of an urgent safety issue regarding the RHVP at this time?
No, I was not.
Did you ever express something similar to anyone at Golder at this time?
No.
And to your knowledge, did anyone else at the city express that? Either to you or to Golder?
Not that I'm aware, no.
Sure, I see that we are 1 minute away from our morning break, and I am about to move on to a slightly different topic.
Okay.
I propose this would be a good time for the break.
Okay, thank you. Then let's take our break and we'll stand adjourned until 11:45. Thank you.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Beck, before the break, we were talking about the proposal and work related to the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation. I understand, and we spoke about that you had first worked with Dr. Yuzurowski and Golder in 2011 in context of the link resurfacing. What was your understanding, if any, at this time, so in late 2017, regarding the work that Golder had done regarding the RHVP in the period post-construction, but before the Golder pavement evaluation? Sorry, I think you are muted.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I'm not aware of anything.
Okay, so you weren't aware at the time of whether or not Golder had done any work on the RHVP in that period, is that correct?
Like in the period of time of from 2011 to 2017?
Or 2007, so from the
Oh,
opening.
from 2000. Yeah, I was not involved in any of that work.
Okay, but were you aware that there was work?
I was not aware, no.
Okay. And what was your understanding of work Golder had conducted for the city, or more broadly with respect to roads during that same period? I should say, apart from the link resurfacing.
From 2007 to 2017?
Correct.
They were on our roster. I had only worked with Ludimir on the link up until that point, and then I hadn't worked with him really after that. Ludimir had done work on the asphalt with respect to the AC grades that we were moving over to. But again, I wasn't involved in that other than, learning about the change from the PGEC to the massacre grades.
Okay, so you were aware that Golder had done some work in terms of the city's asphalt program?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
And
I understand now what you're asking. I'm sorry. Yes.
No, that's fine. And had you ever received any reports that Golder authored during that period?
Directly from Golder, no.
Or indirectly from anybody else?
I believe we had information, but that's all. Like for instance, with the massacre asphalt cement type changes and stuff like that, I had seen information and attended a presentation on that.
Okay, and had you reviewed any reports that had any authored by Golder that had any direct impact on the work that you were doing in that period? Or was it more for informational purposes?
It would have been for informational purposes.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, page 41. And at paragraph 107, the overview document excerpts an email from January 16th, 2018. So moving forward a few weeks in time, that you were copied on. And in her email, she wrote RHVP rehabilitation was committed for a January 24th tender. However, the project is still in programming with scope still being modified. The delay in the project should be communicated to the Hand Association and all internal and external parties, including traffic, road operations, design. Design has reallocated its resources to project 1159. What did you understand, Ms. Jacob, to mean by the delay in the project should be communicated to the Hand Association and all internal and external parties, including traffic, road operations, etc.?
Well, the project, the RHVP rehab project, was a significant project with respect to the amount of pavement that was going to be placed. So the Hand Association, which is the Contractors Association, would have been interested in that work because the amount of asphalt that was going to be produced and placed on the roadway. As well as there's a lot of with a project such as the Red Hill and the link, there's a lot of communication that's needed. And there's a lot of pre-communication, as I had mentioned earlier, with the work on the link. We were, having to communicate to the public, to various groups and all that sort of thing, which takes time.
Okay. And Ms. Jacob indicated that design had reallocated its resources to another project. Did you understand at this time that RHVP resurfacing had been deferred given the timelines? Or was it still possible that construction could begin in 2018 at this time?
With the scope still outstanding, we could not have provided a tender that would have been able to construct that year.
Okay. So in your view, based on this email and the timing more generally, the resurfacing would need to be deferred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And had you had any discussions regarding that prior to receiving this email? Was that something you were already aware of?
I don't remember specific conversations. I'm sure there was a conversation, but I don't remember specific conversations.
Do you remember generally that it was being discussed, the timing of resurfacing at this time?
We would have been talking about the delivery of the tender, and those dates are, as soon as those dates start to get impacted, then we see how it impacts the project as a whole. But we do that with all of our projects. All of our projects, we're constantly looking at the tendering dates because of the timing in which those tenders go out impact the timing that construction has to construct the work.
And is that your understanding of what Ms. Jacob was communicating in this email, that based on the assessment of timing and with other projects, that thinking had been happening on the timing of the resurfacing at this time?
If I understand your question, yes, that would be my understanding.
Okay. Registrar, if we can close that. Okay, and in the email below, Mr. Sadawi replied to Ms. Jacobs' email, and in the email he wrote, as for RHVP, we will need to confirm if we are doing hot in place, and if so, to defer construction to next year. Was your understanding at this time that regardless of whether hot in place recycling or a traditional shave and pave were used to resurface the RHVP, that it would need to be deferred?
If the scope was still outstanding, we would have had to defer the work, yes.
Okay. And did you understand, and you understood that the scope was still outstanding at this time, is that correct?
My recollection, it was still outstanding.
Okay. And did the decision of whether the city was going to pursue a traditional shave and pave or hot in place recycling affect your role and your tasks at this time? Or did your role stay the same, that you were waiting for the scope to be confirmed?
Impact in what way? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand.
Were you involved at all with the question of whether a traditional shave and pave or hot in place recycling would have been used to resurface? Were there any action items on your plate that you could not start as a result of that decision, or were there any items that you were working on in regard to that question, or were you waiting at this time for the scope to be established and then your work, if any, could proceed?
I mean, without the scope, it's hard to determine what is required. So that decision, having that decision made helps us make the determination how to move forward.
Okay, thank you. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 62426. And Registrar, just before I get into the email, I'd like to mark this as the next exhibit, which I believe is Exhibit 111.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Mr. Beck, Mr. Leon sent you an invitation with a subject line, meet with Ludimir prior to the presentation, and it was sent to you, Mr. Odie, Tyler Renault, and Mr. Moore. And the body of the invitation says, I just spoke to Ludimir and he suggested to meet prior to the presentation on Friday to go over a few things. So this calendar invitation suggests that there were 2 meetings planned for February 23rd, 2018, presentation and a meeting prior. Do you recall attending a presentation on February 23rd, 2018?
I don't remember specifically that meeting. Is there further information as to what the meeting was about? Because there was a number of meetings we had.
I understand from Dr. Yuzurowski's evidence that he gave a presentation to the city on that date relating to new asphalt specifications for the city.
Okay. The MSCR asphalt that we were talking about earlier.
Okay. And am I correct that that would relate to new asphalt and not to the RHVP?
It relates to the asphalt as a whole. The asphalt cement, it's the way that the asphalt cement is called and tested.
Okay.
Cement is the binder, right? The asphalt cement is the binder that holds everything together.
But that presentation, to your recollection, was not related to the RHVP.
No, it was not related to the RHVP, no.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can leave this up and also call up HAM 1132. Okay, so after this is on February 28th, 2018, so after the presentation on the 23rd, and you sent a calendar invitation for a subsequent meeting in March, which we will discuss in a moment. And you wrote further to the presentation on Friday. We had a side discussion afterwards regarding hot in place on the RHVP. It sounds like there will be some challenges with this approach that we need to discuss moving forward. Is the side discussion referred to here, the additional meeting referred to in Mr. Leon's calendar invitation?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall having a side discussion on the 23rd?
With respect to which one? You've asked me if there was 2.
Right. So in your calendar invitation, you wrote, further to the presentation on Friday, thanks, Ludimir. We had a side discussion afterwards regarding the hot in place on the RHVP. Do you recall that side discussion?
I don't remember the exact conversation, but I do remember having a side discussion.
Even if you don't remember exactly, do you recall what you discussed? You referenced some challenges with the approach.
Yeah, I don't think we got into details, just that there was challenges with the approach.
Okay. And do you recall who was involved in that discussion?
I don't remember who was involved in that discussion.
And if I understand your response correctly, you did not discuss any specific challenges regarding.
I don't remember. I honestly just don't remember what we discussed specifically.
Okay. And do you remember anything about the meeting more generally, anything about the tone, anything like that?
The meeting that we had that you're talking about on the 23rd?
Yeah, what you referred to as a side discussion regarding hot in place on the RHVP.
A tone? Is that what you
Yeah.
meant?
Is there anything that stands out in your mind?
No, nothing stands out in my mind on that, no.
One moment. document, I seem to have an incorrect reference. I understand that Dr. Yuzurowski replied to your calendar invitation that you originally sent on March the 1st. One moment, I just need to pull up the reference for this document. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, page 69 and 70, please. Okay, apologies, Mr. Beck. It seems your email was sent on February 28th, and it's Dr. Yuzurowski's reply on the 1st. And I'll let you review Dr. Yuzurowski's reply. It starts at the beginning of page 69 and continues on 70. I'm happy to call it out if that's helpful.
I can read it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And in his email, he wrote that he had contacted Pat Wiley, the president of EcoPave Recycling. Pat does a lot of HIR in BC and will likely be doing some HIR for MTO in the Thunder Bay area this year. Pat has never done HIR recycling of SMA and thinks that this is perhaps not feasible. He's referenced the MTO guidelines that do not allow HIR of SMA. I have included below the statements from the MTO June 2015 guidelines on HIR for your information. And the guidelines are excerpted below. Was this the challenge referenced in your calendar invite?
I believe so.
Do you recall if that detail, does that assist at all in your recollection of that discussion? Do you recall if you were provided details regarding this, or was the email the first you understood in detail?
I mean, I don't remember a specific conversation that Ludmir and I had at that meeting where I prompted my email, but I'm assuming that that's part of the discussion.
Okay. And what was your familiarity with hot and place recycling generally at this time?
I was not experienced with it at all.
Okay. And what effect, if any, did Dr. Yuzurowski's comment that Mr. Wiley thought HIR on SMA may not be feasible, and also his comment that the MTO did not allow it on SMA, what effect did that have on the city's consideration for hot and place recycling for the RHVP?
What, sorry, just so I understand, what impact with respect to what are you asking?
So Dr. Yuzurowski made comments that his contact, Mr. Wiley, thought hot and place recycling on SMA may not be feasible,
okay,
and that the MTO did not allow hot and place recycling on SMA. And at this time, the city was considering using hot and place recycling on a pavement with SMA.
Right. Okay, I understand now. Yep.
Were there any discussions regarding that? Were there any concerns from the comments made by Dr. Yuzurowski?
Well, again, I think reason for my meeting was to have that discussion and how it would impact our work that we were moving forward with.
And do you recall any internal discussions between the time you received Dr. Yuzurowski's email, so March the 1st, and the eventual meeting on March 9th?
I don't recall a specific conversation, no.
Okay. Do you recall if you discussed the matter further with Dr. Yuzurowski?
I don't recall, I'm sorry.
Okay. And were you becoming more involved in the RHVP resurfacing project at this time?
Again, it was on our schedule of projects that we were working on.
Okay. And going back, Registrar, to the invitation HAM 1132 for a moment. You wrote as I understand it, the original invitation included the text beginning with "Hi everyone," and that subsequently the invitation was modified to reflect a date change, and that's where the text in red comes from. So in the original text towards the bottom of the page in black, you wrote that you didn't want to push the meeting too far into March. Were you concerned regarding the timing of the decision for what resurfacing method to proceed with?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we would be concerned with the delay of any of the projects. Any projects I'm working on that could have delay impacts their delivery. And that's not just this project, that's all of our projects that we work on when we're trying to go to tender.
Okay. And was the nature of that concern simply the timing, or were you concerned for any other reason that were you concerned about the timing for any other reason?
No, it just would have been the timing of trying to get everyone in the same place at the same time.
Okay. And so this meeting, as you can see, was ultimately scheduled for March 9th, 2018. Do you recall attending the meeting?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to page 76 of overview document 8. And then if we can also have HAM 61788 at image 60 side by side. Okay, so the image on the right, Mr. Beck, are these your notes?
Yes.
Okay. And were these notes taken before the meeting or during?
They would have been during the meeting.
Okay. And do you recall doing anything in particular to prepare for the meeting?
No, I don't remember anything particular.
And what was the purpose of the March 9th meeting in your view?
I guess to discuss the hot in place process and how it applied to the work we were doing.
Okay. And who else attended the meeting?
I don't remember everyone that was there. I believe the people that were on the calendar invite came.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 1132, if we can just replace the overview document image for a moment. Okay, so that included Mr. Odie, Mr. Perusin, Mr. Endoga, Ms. Jacob, Dr. Yuzurowski, Mr. Leon, Mr. Vala, and Mr. Renault. Do you recall? I believe that's everyone. On this invitation, do you recall anyone else being at that meeting?
I believe Gary was at the meeting.
Mr. Moore?
Mr. Moore, yeah.
Okay. And apart from Mr. Moore and those I listed, Was there anyone else at the meeting, to your recollection?
I honestly don't recall.
But you recall that those listed here were in attendance, is that correct?
I believe so.
And registrar, if we can call back up overview document 8, page 76. Okay. And do you recall if you remained at this meeting for the entire duration, or do you recall if you left early?
I don't recall leaving early.
Okay. And do you recall if anyone left the meeting early?
I don't believe anybody left the meeting early.
Dr. Uzarowski recalled that Mr. Moore and Ms. Jacob left at some time before the meeting concluded. Do you have any recollection of that?
I don't.
Okay. And before we turn to your notes in a bit more detail, do you remember anything about the tone of the meeting, the March 9th meeting?
With respect to?
Is there anything that stands out in your mind in terms of the tone of the meeting or the mood in the room?
I mean, we were trying to determine what the work was going to be and how we were going to move forward with the hot in place.
Is there anything distinct in your view about that meeting? You mentioned that you had a lot of meetings at this time. Does that meeting stand out for any reason?
With respect to, like, sorry, I'm trying to figure out what you're, like, in general you're asking, or?
Yeah, I'm asking generally if anything stands out in terms of the tone of the meeting, or was it similar to any of the other meetings that you had attended?
Well, I mean, I understand there was frustration with the between Gary and Ludimir on this meeting because of the fact that they were talking about hot in place and there was a possibility we couldn't do it.
Okay. And you mentioned frustration between Dr. Uzarowski and Mr. Moore. Do you recall the nature of that frustration or what either were expressing as their frustration?
I don't remember the specific conversation, but I know that they were back and forth as to, you know, why can't we do it? We said we could do it, now we can't do it. That type of discussion back and forth.
And those comments that you made were those the type of comments that Dr. Uzarowski was making, or Mr. Moore?
I don't remember the specifics as to who was saying what in that discussion. I know that the conversation was going on between the two of them, and I was watching what they were talking about and trying to figure out what was going to happen.
So I understand from the Dr. Uzarowski's response to the calendar invitation that he had raised some challenges, to use your word that you how you had described it. Was that what was being discussed? Was that the source of the frustration?
I believe so.
Okay. And Dr. Uzarowski testified that he recalled the meeting as being angry with offensive language used. Do you recall that?
I don't remember specific words.
Even if you don't recall specific words, do you recall more generally offensive language or being used, or the meeting? Would you characterize it as angry?
There was frustration from what I recall between Gary and Ludimir, but again, I don't remember if there was swearing going on or directed at anybody specifically, but I do remember frustration. I remember that was kind of the part of the discussion, was the frustration, it seemed.
And I understand that Mr. Andoga testified that the meeting got a little louder in the room. And I believe he described it as stubborn bulls arguing in a conference room. Is that consistent with your recollection?
Yes, that's an interesting way to put it. Okay.
Do you recall if there was any yelling at the meeting?
I don't remember if there was yelling specifically in the meeting. I mean, my notes don't really reflect a yelling or anything like that. Again, I remember it being animated. Frustration was kind of the back and forth between Gary and Lydomir.
Okay. Were Dr. Uzarowski and Mr. Moore the two individuals who spoke primarily?
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Okay, and do you recall anyone else at the meeting being involved in the discussion surrounding what you're describing as frustration?
I mean, I'm looking at my notes because I don't recollect specifically what happened there. So I would go to my notes. That's why I write things down. I write things down as a, to record sort of thing. I honestly don't remember the conversation specifics.
Okay.
I remember frustration is what I remember, and between Gary and Lydomir.
From what you do recall, the frustration, was there anything atypical about that?
Like, what do you mean by atypical?
In terms of other meetings that you attended, was
between Gary and Lydomir, or like just in general?
I guess starting more specifically between Gary and between Mr. Moore and Dr. Uzarowski. Had you been involved in any meetings where that had occurred previously?
Not that I remember between Gary and Lydomir. I mean, I don't remember the specific language that was said, and I remember just being animated in frustration.
Okay. And I had asked you more specifically about Dr. Uzarowski and Mr. Moore, but in terms generally of meetings that you attended at this time in your role at the city, was the animation at the meeting or the frustration atypical in your view at all?
For this meeting, I guess I understand, like, for this meeting, atypical, like something that doesn't happen on a regular basis is what you're asking, I'm assuming.
Correct. Does the meeting stand out in that respect?
Yeah, I guess the meeting stood out in that respect.
Okay, so turning to your notes, so on the right-hand side, there's the handwritten note, which we've transcribed into the overview document. So I have them side by side to the extent that it's helpful. So just to begin, the content below the line that I believe says foam asphalt and PGAC with MSCR, does that relate to this meeting or does that relate to something else?
I believe it relates to something else.
Okay. And then everything above the line, would that refer to the March 9th, 2018 meeting?
That's correct. My typical way of taking notes is after meetings, if something else happens below, I'll put a line so I know where something begins and ends.
Okay. And the first three bulleted lines appear to relate to the process of using hot in place recycling on SMA. Do you recall the discussion related to those three items, or those three bullets rather?
Specific discussion, I don't. The gist of the discussion, I remember talking about.
What generally do you recall?
So generally the discussion went that could be possible to, instead of going SMA to SMA, we could go SMA to a different asphalt, such as a 12.5 FC2.
Okay. And do you recall any frustration relating to this discussion?
No, I think that came from the original discussion about whether or not you could cold in place the SMA. Or hot in place, sorry, hot in place.
Thank you. Okay, and do you recall any of the discussion? Do you recall Dr. Uzarowski raising concerns similar to the email that we looked at a moment ago regarding Mr. Wiley thinking it may not be feasible and the MTO not permitting hot in place to be used on SMA?
Do I remember specifically Lydomir talking about this? Is that, sorry.
Do you
is that your
remember
question?
him raising anything of that nature?
I'm sure he spoke about it. I don't remember the specific conversation.
Okay, but do you remember that it was raised, even if you don't remember the discussion?
The fact of going SMA to SMA discussion, you mean?
Or the fact of using hot in place recycling on SMA?
Yes, yeah.
The concerns specifically around what Dr. Yuzurowski included in the email, that Mr. Wiley thought it may not be feasible and that the MTO did not permit hot in place on the SMA. Do you recall those two things being
Yes,
raised?
yeah. I don't remember the specific part of the conversation, but yes, I remember that was the generality of the discussion.
Okay. And then I believe it is the fifth bullet down, and it says, Gary, no to microsurfacing. Do you recall what was being discussed regarding microsurfacing that led to this note?
I don't remember specifically that note, no. I wrote it down, but I don't remember the specific conversation.
Okay. And to your knowledge, do you recall whether microsurfacing was discussed in context of the existing surface of the RHVP or post hot in place recycling? Do you have any recollection of?
I don't recollect that.
Do you recall anything about how or why Mr. Moore may have said no to microsurfacing?
No, I don't remember why Gary said no.
Okay, and you have the no underlined. Is there any, do you recall why you did that? Is there any?
It was, I'm assuming I did that for definitive, no.
Okay, so is it that you recall Mr. Moore was definitive in saying no?
I mean, that's normally how I take my notes. If it was a no and underlined, then that was definitive.
Okay, and then a bit further down in the note above the line, there's, I believe it says concern with friction numbers. Could you elaborate on the conversation that led you to write that?
I don't remember specifically why I wrote that down.
Do you recall any discussion of friction numbers?
I don't remember specifics, no, as to why I made that note.
Even if you don't recall specifically, do you recall generally what was being discussed?
Not offhand, no. I was trying to focus more on the hot in place process and what we could do to, if it could work, if it wouldn't work, sort of thing. That was the focus mostly for me in this discussion.
Do you recall if Dr. Yuzurowski discussed friction results?
I don't remember offhand.
Okay, and do you recall if he referred to a Tradewind report or if he used the name Tradewind?
No, I do not remember that.
And at this time, do you recall anyone having concerns with friction numbers?
I don't recall.
Were you concerned with friction numbers?
At this time, I was focused on the hot in place. I don't recall like the friction numbers. No, for me, I was focused on the process.
Okay, so you don't have any recollection of what led you to write concerned with friction numbers?
I don't. I'm sorry, I don't.
Do you recall that friction numbers was discussed? If you had a note, would that mean that it was discussed?
If I wrote it down, then it was discussed.
Okay. And did you have any discussions following this meeting regarding concerns with friction numbers?
I don't recall.
Did you understand following this meeting that the city had friction test results?
Specific to,
Your note says concern with friction numbers after this meeting, so after March 9th. Did you know whether or not the city had friction test results?
I don't recall if I knew that we actually had results.
Did you take any steps to obtain them
No, I did not.
after this meeting? In March of 2018, had you seen the Golder report and or the Tradewind report that it appended?
No, I had not.
Had you heard of them?
I don't remember ever hearing of them, no.
Even if you hadn't heard of the report specifically, did you have an understanding that there were reports at all?
With respect to,
The condition of the RHVP and friction testing?
at this time, I don't recall, can't remember if I had or had not. Specific to the March 2018 timeframe.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Yuzurowski testified that he presented the results from the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation and the testing done on December 6th to 7th, 2017 at the meeting. Do you recall any discussion of the results from that testing?
I don't remember that, no.
Registrar, if we can go to pages 72 and 73. And do you recall any discussion of British pendulum testing or British pendulum numbers, measured texture depth results, or PSV results at the meeting?
At the March 9th meeting that we're speaking about, I don't
Correct.
remember. No, I don't remember that.
Okay, and you had received the proposal related to that testing back in November 2017. Do you recall when you first became aware of the results of that testing?
I never received the results of that testing.
You never received, sorry.
I did not receive the results of that testing that I remember.
Okay, and were you ever told about the results of that testing?
I don't remember if I was told about the results. I do remember hearing that they were inconclusive or testing was inconclusive, but I don't remember when that was stated to me.
Okay, and do you recall what testing was inconclusive? Were you told?
No.
And do you recall who provided that information?
Possibly Gary, possibly Marco. I don't remember.
Okay, so that, and you don't recall when you
I don't
came to
recall.
understand that?
No, I don't recall a specific date or time.
Okay. Following the March 9th meeting, on March 14th, 2018, Dr. Yuzurowski sent an email to some of his colleagues at Golder describing the March 9th meeting. To be clear at the outset, you weren't copied on the email, but I'd like to take you to the email in case it helps refresh your memory at all.
Okay.
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, page 78. And if you can call out paragraph 214. Mr. Beck, I'll let you review the content of the email.
Okay.
And in the third paragraph, Dr. Yuzurowski wrote, frictional characteristics. I suggested applying microsurfacing on hot in place recycled HIR recycled SMA. If they use HIR, this would make the surface uniform and offer good frictional characteristics. Gary rejected the idea. Do you recall if this was what was being discussed that led you to write Gary no to microsurfacing? that we had discussed?
I assume it matches my notes.
Is it consistent with your recollection?
I have to defer to my notes. I mean, that's what I wrote down.
Okay. Do you recall Dr. Yuzurowski saying anything similar to, I then recommended using skidabrator or shot blasting at least the worst areas indicated in Tradewind scientific report to improve friction of the current surface if they delay resurfacing?
I don't recall specifically that.
Do you have any general recollections of anything similar?
No, again, offhand, I have to refer to my notes. I mean, one reason why I take notes is so, you know, I write down what was discussed in them.
Okay. Did Dr. Yuzurowski mention the term skidabrator or shot blasting at the meeting?
I don't recall specifically if you did. I'm sorry.
And to your knowledge, did Dr. Yuzurowski ever recommend those at any time prior to the March 9th meeting?
Not to me.
And were you aware that he had recommended them to anyone else at the city at this time?
At this time, no.
Do you recall Dr. Yuzurowski mentioning anything like the worst areas?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall Dr. Yuzurowski recommending any interim measures to the existing pavement if resurfacing was delayed?
If resurfacing was delayed, no, I don't remember.
Okay. Dr. Yuzurowski testified that he was told at the March 9th meeting that the city could not implement any interim measures prior to resurfacing because that would confirm there was a problem with the Red Hill Valley Parkway and that the public would blame the city. Do you recall anything similar being said at the March 9th meeting?
I don't recall that, no.
Dr. Yuzurowski testified that he thought it was Mr. Odie who made a comment of that nature at the March 9th, 2018 meeting. Do you recall Mr. Odie saying anything similar?
I don't recall, no.
What do you recall about Mr. Odie's involvement at this meeting?
I honestly don't remember. Again, my focus at this time was on the hot in place process, and that was what I was there to, my focus. I honestly don't remember the back and forth that there was between Gary and Ludimir with respect to the other stuff. I was more focused on the hot in place.
You referenced a back and forth between Dr. Yuzurowski and Mr. Moore. Do you recall if Mr. Odie was involved in that back and forth?
I don't remember, I'm sorry.
Okay. And in that same paragraph a bit further on, Dr. Yuzurowski wrote, Marco rejected the idea for various reasons, and that's following I then recommended using skidabrator or shot blasting, at least on the worst areas indicated in Tradewind scientific report. Do you recall Mr. Odie rejecting any suggestions Dr. Yuzurowski made at the meeting?
I don't.
Dr. Yuzurowski recalls that you may have confirmed the statements made by Mr. Odie. Did you say anything similar at the meeting? The city cannot implement any interim measures prior to resurfacing because that would confirm that there was a problem with the RHVP and the public would blame the city.
I never said that, nor would I say that.
Were you aware at this time of any issues with the RHVP?
No.
Do you recall making any comments regarding why the city could not implement interim measures?
No, I would not make a comment like that.
For a moment, separating Dr. Yuzurowski's evidence for a moment, not related specifically to, that would confirm there's a problem with the RHVP and the public would blame the city, but do you remember making any comments for any reason that the city could not implement any interim measures?
No,
Would you have commented regarding the implementation of interim measures generally?
no, that would not be my place.
Do you recall making any comments that could have led Dr. Uzarowski to this conclusion?
No, I don't know why he would make that conclusion.
And given your focus on the hot in place recycling, would you have made notes if Dr. Uzarowski had referenced interim measures like skid abrating or shot blasting if the resurfacing was delayed?
It would have been noted.
Do you recall, did you reject any suggestions Dr. Uzarowski made during the meeting?
No,
Do you recall speaking at all during the meeting?
I mean, I'm sure I said the reason for having the meeting and to start the dialogue.
Do you recall being involved in any of what you've characterized as the back and forth between Dr. Uzarowski and Mr. Moore?
If I was involved in that discussion, sorry, is that what you said?
Correct. Yeah. Were you involved in that discussion?
No, I was listening to see what the two of them were talking about.
Okay. And the last sentence of that paragraph, Dr. Uzarowski wrote, "For your information, I had recommended this treatment before when they let me know about friction concerns on the RHVP." Were you aware of prior recommendations for skid abrating or shot blasting on the RHVP?
I was not aware, no.
And we spoke a little earlier about the proposal from Norjon in context of 2016. To your knowledge, was this why proposals were sought from Norjon?
I'm sorry, why they were sought?
So the last sentence is, "For your information, I had recommended this treatment before when they let me know about friction concerns on the RHVP." And we had looked at, in context of 2016, some discussions with Norjon involving a proposal. And in that proposal, there was a reference to the objective being improving skid resistance on the RHVP.
Yes,
To your knowledge, were friction concerns on the RHVP the reason that the city sought proposals from Norjon?
again, like, sorry, you're going back to the Norjon question. The Norjon question was specific to the microsurfacing, correct? And you're talking about this meeting. So I just want to make sure I'm answering your question correctly. So I was not aware of why Norjon was asked to, from Rick Andova's email.
So maybe I'll ask the question a bit more generally. Dr. Uzarowski wrote, "When they let me know about friction concerns on the RHVP." So he's saying he had recommended the treatment before when they let me know about friction concerns on the RHVP. Were you aware that anyone had let Dr. Uzarowski know about friction concerns on the RHVP?
No, I was not part of that discussion.
And to confirm, in context of the Norjon proposal, that was not specifically related to microsurfacing, though that question was raised in the email that I took you to. It was related to the bonded wearing course, just to the extent that clarifies anything for you. Had anyone at the city ever expressed anything like that to you, that there were concerns about friction on the RHVP?
During this time?
Before or on the March 9th, 2018 meeting?
No.
Do you recall if Dr. Yuzurowski raised any concerns relating to safety at this meeting or prior to this meeting?
No, and if safety had been brought up, I would have wrote that down.
Okay, you believe you would have noted
Yes,
safety concerns had they been raised?
yes.
Do you recall if Dr. Yuzurowski raised concerns regarding safety on the RHVP with you at any time?
I don't recall.
So other than the email, again, referring to 2016, other than the email we looked at when Mr. Andoga identified improving skid resistance as the objective of pavement rehabilitation, did anyone ever tell you that friction needed to be improved on the RHVP?
In 2016, again, I'm just making sure I'm answering the question correctly.
So other than the 2016 email that I took you to where Mr. Andoga referenced skid resistance being the objective, other than that, did anyone ever tell you that friction on the RHVP needed to be improved?
Not that I remember, no.
After the meeting, do you recall having any discussions regarding the meeting with anyone in your group or engineering services or public works more broadly?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't recall any specific conversation after the meeting.
Did you have any discussions regarding friction on the RHVP following the meeting? Did you ask anyone for friction results?
No, I did not.
Did you discuss implementing skid abrading, shot blasting, or any interim measures pending resurfacing with anyone after the meeting?
No, I did not.
Did you have any views at this time regarding whether any interim measures were necessary?
I did not know.
After this meeting, were there discussions of whether the time and cost of determining the feasibility of hot in place recycling on the RHVP was appropriate based on the intended timeline of the resurfacing?
I'm sorry, was that a question?
Yeah, were there
Sounded
any,
more like a statement, I'm sorry.
apologies, I'll restate it. I was asking if there were any discussions of whether the time and cost of determining the suitability of or feasibility of hot in place was appropriate given the timing. Did you discuss that at all?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to understand what the purpose of the question. I mean, with respect to the process, I mean, we're always, every project we are discussing about timing and costs and stuff like that. So I don't quite understand what you're asking. I'm sorry.
No problem. So I understood from your answer earlier that because the scope had not yet been determined for the method of resurfacing on the RHVP, that the resurfacing was deferred from 2018 to 2019. Did I understand that correctly?
Okay.
And after this meeting, were there any discussions on whether there was any need to expedite that timeline?
No, I don't remember. I don't recall any discussions on expediting the timeline.
Or if there was a need to move up the timeline? Do you recall any discussions of
No,
that nature?
I don't recall any need to move up the timeline.
Okay, and did you discuss with anyone whether the city still wanted to consider hot in place recycling on the RHVP?
I don't remember discussing with any, like, I'm sorry, I don't discuss with anybody about just the process. I just want to make sure I'm answering the question correctly. I don't.
No, of course. So in light of the meeting, did you have any discussions regarding whether or not the city should continue to pursue whether hot in place recycling was feasible?
Immediately after the meeting? No, I don't remember discussing that.
At some time after the meeting, did you discuss that?
I mean, I don't recall. I mean, it was still up in the air as to how we were going to move forward.
And did you have any concerns about continuing to consider hot in place recycling following the March 9th meeting?
Did I have any concerns? No, again, it was a process to me that I thought was interesting, but did I have any concerns moving forward? Again, for me, I wanted to get the project, it's a project we had to get working on so we could deliver as per the expectations, so.
And did anything from the March 9th meeting cause you any concern about delaying the repaving from a safety perspective?
No.
Okay. And other than what we discussed, can you tell me anything that you haven't already mentioned that you can remember about this meeting?
No, again, I have to refer to my notes. That's why I take them.
Would it be helpful if why don't I call up that note? I believe it is HAM 61788 at image 60. I'll just give you a moment to review the note again, and then if you can tell me anything else you remember that we haven't discussed.
No, I mean, I think in general, we've gone over most of it.
Okay, and I believe that you told me that had safety concerns been raised, you would have noted them.
Yes, I would have.
And is that typical based on your note-taking practice, or?
Yes.
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, page 77. Paragraphs 210 and 211. So this is after the meeting on March 13th, 2018. Mr. Moore forwarded an email he received from Dr. Uzarowski the day prior. So that email. And in Mr. Moore's email, he wrote, FYI, Ludimir has though I think that should read now, changed his tune. Why did Mr. Moore send this to you?
I'd have to see the email.
Sure, I'm happy to take you to that. It is HAM 52950. If you can open both images, please, Registrar. Thank you. Mr. Beck, I'll let you review.
Okay.
Okay. And do you recall having any discussions with Mr. Moore after the meeting?
After the
March
meeting?
9th?
No,
Correct.
I don't.
Okay, and now that you've reviewed the email, do you know why Mr. Moore sent this to you?
I assume, having read Ludimir's section, that he talked to Pat, and the language here seems more that the EcoPave was optimistic regarding the SMA.
Okay, and did you speak to Dr. Uzarowski between the March 9th meeting and receiving this email on the 13th of March?
No, I did not.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to overview document 8, page 80. So this is 2 days later on March 15th, 2018. Dr. Yuzurowski sent an email to Mr. Moore, copying you and Mr. Odie regarding a conversation he had with Mr. Wiley. He wrote that Mr. Wiley thinks it is possible to hot and place recycle SMA and is now in agreement to carry out this project. As we've discussed, Mr. Wiley had previously expressed hesitation or caution to carry out hot and place recycling on SMA. Were you aware of what had changed?
No, I'm not aware of what changed.
At this time, did you think Dr. Yuzurowski was in agreement? Had his views changed from the meeting, to your knowledge?
At this time, the March 15th email,
Correct.
I'm not aware of Dr. Yuzurowski's opinion on this.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were there any meetings or calls between March 9th, 2018 and this email on March 15th, 2018, where hot and place recycling was discussed with Dr. Yuzurowski?
Not that I'm aware of.
And registrar, if we can open HAM 61788 at image 77. So Mr. Beck, these are again, I understand that these are your notes. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, and registrar, if we can also call RHV 992 side by side to this document. Commission counsel has prepared a transcription of this document. Have you reviewed the transcription?
Yes, I believe it was sent to me.
Okay, and you confirm to the best of your knowledge it's accurate to the note?
I believe so, yes.
And the date on the note is April 23rd, 2018.
Mhm.
Does this reflect a meeting with Dr. Yuzurowski?
I don't know if this is a meeting with Dr. Yuzurowski or not. I haven't identified it as the people who are present or anything like that.
Okay, and I think I understood from your answer earlier that you use a line to separate.
Correct. The top portion is with respect to a pad, which is a performance appraisal.
Okay, so it is the portion below the line relating to hot and place recycling of the RHVP?
There is a statement, the last bullet says get PO from Gary about HIP from Ludimir and pricing for it.
Okay, and do you have any recollection of what this note might refer to?
No, I don't actually.
And you have a note that says overall Ludimir project with Gary, question mark, where is it at? What does this refer to?
I'm not sure.
And I understand positioning this in time. So this is April 23rd, 2018.
Mhm.
I understand that Mr. Moore retired shortly after this note. Do you recall what his role was regarding the hot and place recycling of the RHVP at this time?
At this time, I mean, he was the director of engineering still, if he hadn't retired by that point. So he was dealing with Ludimir for the most part on this project.
And what was your role on this project? Was there any change given Mr. Moore's upcoming retirement?
I mean, my focus at this point was, again, working on the capital projects that we were putting out as part of the role of engineering services. So I don't remember specifically on April 23rd, my role at that point. I don't recollect. where I was with this. Looks like I was to get a PO from Gary for the Houghton place further to me. That's what my note states.
And do you recall at or around this time if you were actively working on anything relating to the resurfacing?
I don't believe I was actively working on anything to the resurfacing at this point.
Commissioner, I see that we're a few minutes away from, oh, actually 1 moment. I believe we need to mark the second document, so RHV 992 as exhibit 112, just before we leave that document.
Okay,
And I'm about to move on to a different topic, so I propose this might be a good place for
okay,
break.
that's fine. Let's take our lunch break. We'll return at 2:10.
Thank you.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes.
Mr. Beck, throughout the spring and summer of 2018, I understand you exchanged emails with Heather Bell from the MTO. Do you recall that?
Yeah, specific to which though?
Relating to the resurfacing of the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay.
When did you first contact Ms. Bell?
I don't quite recall the exact date in which we contacted. I had conversed with her in the past about other products in asphalt. I don't remember when I spoke to her specifically about the resurfacing.
Okay, so you were familiar with Ms. Bell before, in other contexts before, is that correct?
Correct. We had talked about a product that was being used in asphalts that we had talked about previously.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to MTO 38687, images 1 and 3, I believe. And Mr. Beck, to be clear, these are, I don't understand these to be your notes. These are Ms. Bell's notes. I've included images 1 and 3 just for the date. If you can see up at the top on image 1, it says April 13th, 2018. We understand the note on the image on the right to have been dated sometime between April 13th to 17th. Do you recall speaking to Ms. Bell in mid-April 2018?
We had spoken about a couple things. I don't remember the specific date, but yes.
Okay, and Registrar, if we can close image 1 and just have image 3 up, please. And even if you can just call out the note itself so it's a little bit larger. Okay, and I'll let you review the note, Mr. Beck.
Okay.
Okay. And can you tell us anything that you recall about a discussion that you may have had with Ms. Bell?
Sure. So at this time, the MTO was looking at a product called Fortify or fibers in the asphalt mix. That's what the majority of this is speaking to. The city had done a trial of it back in 2012 with the Fortify fibers in a mix on Mohawk Road. So she was asking about that because they were looking at using it as well on one of the ministry contracts.
Do you recall if this reflects a telephone call?
It might have. I had talked to her a couple of times on the phone.
And how did you come to discuss the RHVP?
I can't remember how I found out that they were doing a trial. I think Ludimir had mentioned that they were doing a trial, and I think I just asked her if she was involved. I don't remember the specific conversation specifically, but she was involved in the hot in place from what I remember.
Okay, and the trial that you were referring to, that was a trial of hot in place recycling, is that correct?
Yes.
And was that hot in place recycling on SMA or on another asphalt type?
It was a trial job they were doing up in Thunder Bay. I don't remember specifically what asphalts that it was being done on.
Do you know if it was, even if you don't recall what type, was it, do you recall if it was SMA or something else?
I don't believe it was SMA, but again, I don't recall.
Okay. And you had mentioned Fortify, and I see that note is included there. Is that related to the RHVP, to your recollection of the discussion?
No, not.
Okay. The note includes Red Hill Creek Valley need resurfacing. Do you recall what you might have said to prompt that note? Do you recall what you told Ms. Bell about resurfacing?
I don't recall specifically what I said to her in that conversation. I know, I see that the note says, can Hamilton come visit? We had spoken about coming up to see the process of the hot in place being done in Thunder Bay.
Thank you, Registrar. We can close that. And if we can go to overview document 8, page 98, please. Looking at paragraphs 270 and 271. On April 25th, 2018, Mr. Moore sent an email to you and Mr. Andoga with the subject line stuff. And he wrote, just cleaning out files. Here are my estimates for widening both the link and Red Hill for future information. Why did Mr. Moore send the documents to you?
Not sure why he sent it to me. Again, it was probably more of an FYI.
Okay. And do you recall if Mr. Moore sent you any other documents in context of his upcoming retirement?
I mean, he had given me magazines and stuff like that he had. That was about it.
Do you recall if he gave you any other documents related to the RHVP?
No.
To your knowledge, did you previously have access to the documents that Mr. Moore sent?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge, were they saved in ProjectWise?
I can't recall if I saved them ProjectWise. Again, normally if it's project related, it would be saved in ProjectWise.
Okay. Do you recall if prior to receiving them, they had been saved in ProjectWise?
No, I don't.
Registrar, if we can go to HAM 1197. On April 25th, 2018, you sent an email to Mr. Andoga copying Ms. Jacob and Mr. Vella and referenced a project coordination meeting. Do you recall what meeting this email refers to?
If it's a project coordination meeting, it's a monthly meeting that we have with a number of the various departments and sections talking about projects.
Okay. And you referenced in our discussion earlier that over time, communication between groups within Public Works had gotten better over the course of your time at the city. And I believe you referenced ongoing coordination meetings as something that contributed to the improvement in communication. Would this project coordination meeting be an example of the type of meeting you were referencing?
Sure, yeah.
This is April 2018. In your view, had communications between divisions within Public Works gotten better at this time?
At my level, they were getting better, yes.
Okay. And when did project coordination meetings begin, to your knowledge?
Prior to me being a senior project manager, I don't know when they started, but when I became a senior project manager, I started to get invited to the meetings.
Okay. But you're not aware of whether or not they were ongoing prior to that time? That's just when you became aware of them? Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know this when they started.
Okay.
The project coordination.
Okay. And in the second paragraph, you wrote, we opted to defer the works to 2019 in order to complete further review of this technology. Who were you referring to in writing, we opted to defer the works? Who would have made the decision?
Well, that's more like the royal we, the city made the decision.
Okay, so it was the city that you were referring to?
Yeah, like the royal, it was a group decision that we would do this.
And in the following paragraph, you wrote, I understand that there is perceived safety concerns on the RHVP. What concerns were you referring to?
At this coordination meeting, they were talking about lighting illumination concerns. There was talk about replacement or placing cat's eyes and reflectors and stuff like that for nighttime driving.
Do you recall who raised those concerns or what group?
It was the traffic group from what I remember.
Okay. Do you recall any concerns being raised regarding the surface or the asphalt?
No.
Do you recall any discussion of the March 9th, 2018 meeting?
No.
Did you have concerns regarding the safety of the RHVP at this time?
No, again, at this meeting, we were talking about illumination and they were bringing up the fact that they wanted to add these cat's eyes and reflectors and stuff like that.
And just going back a moment to we opted to defer the works. Who did you understand to make the final decision on whether the works would be deferred a year?
Who made the actual final decision? I'm not sure. I mean, I think it was a group effort at that point where we were talking about the hot in place process.
When you say group effort, who would be part of that group?
Well, engineering services, so the asset management group, the design, our director.
Okay. And am I understanding correctly that there wouldn't be one person responsible for that decision?
One person? There might have been. I don't know if it was one person that made the final decision on that.
At the time of the project coordination meeting, had you reviewed the 2013 or 2015 SEMA reports?
No, I had not.
Were you aware of any recommendations SEMA had previously made?
No, I was not.
Okay. Registrar, if we could go to overview document 9, pages 10 and 11, please. You sent a calendar invite to Mr. Andoga, Mr. Prusen, Mr. Odie, Mr. Renault, and Dr. Uzareski on May 14th, 2018 for a meeting titled Red Hill Valley Repaving -HIP. Do you recall attending this meeting?
I believe so.
Okay. And the overview document of paragraphs 13 and 14 include transcriptions of Dr. Uzareski and your notes, respectively. I'll just give you a moment to review. Please let me know if you'd like me to call out anything and make it larger. That's helpful.
No, I'm okay. I'm good.
Okay. Why did you request this meeting at this time?
I believe it was to get the process going for what was needed to determine the mix design.
Okay. And do you recall what was discussed at this meeting?
I don't recall specifics, but obviously we were talking about the the hot in place process and the sampling that would be needed to do the mixed design review.
Okay. And do you recall who attended this meeting?
I don't recall who specifically was able to attend the meeting.
From the calendar invitation described at paragraph 12,
Mhm.
do you recall if any of those individuals did not attend?
No, I don't. I'm sure they all did attend. I tried to make, it looks like I tried to make the calendar work for everyone.
Both your notes and Dr. Yuzurewski's notes from the meeting include references to Gary. To your knowledge, does this refer to Mr. Moore?
Yes.
I understand that Mr. Moore's last day in his role as Director of Engineering Services was May 25th, 2018, so not long after this meeting. At this time, was Mr. Moore actively involved in the RHVP resurfacing, given his nearing retirement date? What was his role on the project at this time?
Good question. I can't remember how involved Gary was in all this. I mean, he was obviously trying to transition. So his role was probably in that transitional stage.
Okay. And your notes about the solid line include a reference to PSV.
Mhm.
What does that refer to?
I'm assuming PSV stands for polished stone value.
Okay, and do you recall any discussion about polished stone value at this meeting?
Don't recall specifics to that meeting. Again, we were talking about different asphalt specs there.
Do you recall anything generally about PSV at this meeting?
I'm sorry, I don't.
And when did you first learn that Mr. Moore was going to retire from the Director of Engineering role?
It would have been that spring. Specific date, I don't recall what specific date they made the announcement that Gary had taken on the position.
Right.
Or I should say, sorry, retiring from his position.
Okay, Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, pages 23 and 24, please. Okay. On June 6th, 2018, Dr. Yuzurewski sent you the proposal for hot in place recycling suitability study on the RHVP, which was separated into 2 phases, investigation and specification development. Why was the testing contemplated in this proposal not originally undertaken as part of the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation?
I don't know. I wasn't part of the original request from the original testing.
And what was the objective of this proposal?
Of this proposal, we needed to get larger slab sections for the testing because the process of the hot in place needed uncut aggregate.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did any of the results from the testing that was conducted on December 6th to 7th, 2017 inform this later proposal and this later project?
Inform? Like, what do you mean by inform? I'm sorry.
Were the test results used at all in the hot in place suitability study?
I don't recall this. My understanding of this proposal was to obtain those larger samples for the actual mixed design of the hot in place.
Perhaps I'll ask more generally, did you understand this project, which we refer to as the hot in place recycling suitability study? Did you understand that to be related to the earlier project, the 2017 Boulder pavement evaluation?
No, in my opinion, this is different.
Okay, and though different projects, did you understand if they were, phases, so to speak, or were they completely unrelated?
I would say they're unrelated. Again, in this sampling process, there are much larger sections of asphalt were required for the mixed design. So it was the entire purpose of this was to get large samples, something you couldn't get out of a core.
Okay, and what is the purpose of getting large samples? If you can just explain that.
So for the analysis, again, the way that the hot in place process is, it doesn't damage the aggregate. So to ensure that the samples that were being used for the mixed design weren't damaged, we had to take much larger samples so they could be broken up without actually affecting the aggregate itself.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can move to pages 25 and 26. And on June 27th, 2018, you sent Mr. McGuire an email updating him on the status of hot in place recycling of the suitability study. What was your involvement regarding the resurfacing and the suitability study at this time?
At this time, I was kind of stick handling this portion of the suitability study because the sampling of the existing asphalt needed to be done and staff was stretched quite thin. So I needed to step up here and help out.
Okay, so I understood from your evidence earlier that you were generally waiting for the scope of the resurfacing project to be complete before your work and the work of design more generally could begin. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So as I understand at this time, the city was still investigating the suitability of hot in place recycling and had not yet decided it would proceed that way. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your reason for being involved prior to that decision being made, am I understanding correctly, it was relating to staffing considerations?
Sorry, you're asking about this specific investigation, you mean?
Yeah, the hot in place recycling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Study. We were stretched. So I stepped up to help out.
Okay, but it would not be something that you typically would be involved in given your role?
No, normally it's dealt with through a project manager, but because of the time, the timing and everything and the amount of work that we were putting out, we were quite busy. So this was a consultant assignment, so I kind of stick handled it, you could say.
Okay. And would this type of project typically be something that the asset management or that design would be responsible for?
That's a good question. It would probably depend upon when that fell in the process. In this case, we took it on because we were the timing of the delivery of the project that we were looking at doing. We wanted to, be involved.
Okay. I understand that there was somewhat of a delay in receiving the proposal relating to this project, at least in part relating to some contractual issues being sorted out between the city and Golder. Were you involved in those issues?
Contractual issues related to, I'm sorry,
the hot in place related to this project and this proposal.
With the proposal? There,
Would be the project flowing from the proposal.
so I just want to make sure, so the proposal, there wasn't an issue. We did have an issue once we got to the actual purchase order.
Right. And were you involved in those issues?
Yes, if that's what you're speaking to, yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, why did this process differ from, or did it differ from previous Boulder assignments?
There was a request for change in the contract, and that is not something that's normally done with a roster contract.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, pages 36 and 37. And in July, you emailed Mr. Moore, you forwarded the email to Mr. Moore regarding these issues. Do you recall why you contacted Mr. Moore at this time?
Which one are you specifically talking to?
I'm referring to paragraph 88, but I'm happy to take you to the email itself if the context would be helpful.
Sure.
Registrar, if we can go to HAM 1326, please. And if we can call up these. Perfect, and I'll just let you review. Just want to. Apologies, Registrar. I think I have called up one email earlier in the chain than I had intended to. If you could go to HAM 35460 instead. If you could. Thank you.
Okay.
In your email to Mr. Moore, you wrote, I was worried about getting this started. In the your email at 3:53 p.m., I guess the third paragraph.
Mm-hmm.
Why were you worried about getting the project started?
There's a lot of coordination involved in doing these samples. We actually shut down the lanes of the Red Hill to take these samples. So I was coordinating a significant amount of work with various groups to do that work, to shut it down. So there's a lot hinging on getting these things signed and completed in time.
Okay, Registrar, if we can go to HAM 1320.
Sorry, Campbell, what was the doc ID?
HAM 1320.
Thank you.
Mr. McGuire was interviewed by the Spectator in July of 2018 relating to resurfacing and Han Place recycling on the RHVP. he was quoted in the article as saying the results from the December 2017 testing, he referred to them as inconclusive. Were you aware of the interview at the time?
No,
Do you recall, did you review the article once it was published on July 19th?
I might have, yeah.
Okay, do you recall any discussions with anyone at the city regarding this article?
I do not recall.
At the time, so mid-July 2018, had you reviewed the results that were referenced?
No, I did not receive the results.
Okay. Did you ask to see the results at this time?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, and Registrar, if you can call out the second half of the article, beginning with McGuire said those test results came back inconclusive. Thank you. There's a reference, the second paragraph, to friction testing from December 2015 coming back as inconclusive. Were you aware of what testing this referred to?
No, I do not.
Do you recall asking for the friction testing that this relates to?
No, I did not.
And the article hyperlinks and references an earlier article published by The Spectator. It was an article published on July 15th, 2017, titled Highway Traffic Tragedies, Why Are There So Many Crashes on the Red Hill? Just call that up. That's HAM 52704. And pull up 2 images, Registrar, please. Do you recall reading this article, this 2017 article, when it was first published, Mr. Beck?
No, I did not.
Had you read it in July 2018 at the time of that the other article we just looked at was published?
I don't recall. I don't subscribe to the spec, so.
Do you recall it being, this article being discussed by anyone at the city?
I don't recall specifically a discussion on this article.
Registrar, if you can call up images 3 and 4. Can you call up the last image?
Sorry, it's in the last image of the document or the previous image?
Apologies, the last image of the document. Apologies. I appear to have an incorrect reference. If you just give me one moment, I will pull that up. Registrar, if you can call up image 3. If you can call up the first 3 lines, please. So what I understand, Mr. Beck, from your evidence that you had not read this article either in 2017 when it was published or in 2018. Is that correct?
I have not read this article, no.
Okay. Do you recall if Mr. Moore ever said something, anything similar to you as the last line, no one ever releases that type of information?
I don't recall Gary saying that, no.
Okay. Registrar, we can take that down. Okay, Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, pages 25 and 26. That paragraph 64, which starts on 25 and continues on to 26. You made reference to a discussion with Ms. Bell. I'll give you a moment to review the email, and I can call out the document in particular once you've had a chance.
Is there something you'd specifically like me to read or the whole document?
Sure, I can call out the specific part. Registrar, if we can call out the paragraphs underneath with respect to the technology. And if you can review that, Mr. Beck.
Okay.
Okay. You also noted that you spoke with Pamela Marks in that email. Do you recall when you spoke to Ms. Marks?
It may have been at a conference.
Do you recall when that would have been?
It may have been in the spring or late spring or early summer. There's a couple conferences that occur at that time.
And when you say spring or late spring, you mean in 2018, to confirm?
Yes, of that year, yes, correct.
Okay, Registrar, you can close this. And if we can go to pages 51 to 52 in overview document 9. And starting at paragraph 119, I understand that you emailed Ms. Bell on July 30th, 2018, and asking about the possibility of city staff visiting the MTO hot in place recycling project in Thunder Bay, which I believe you referenced earlier. You also asked if she had any contacts with the British Columbia ministry. Do you recall sending that email?
To Ms. Bell?
Correct.
Yeah, we had a couple of exchange of emails.
Okay. And why were you contacting Ms. Bell at this time?
Again, the ministry was looking at hot in place for one of their projects, and obviously was trying to follow up and see what it was all about and what the contractor was like and process and stuff like that. Educate myself.
Okay, and what did you understand about the ministries, sorry, I will back up for a moment. Ms. Bell provided you with some information regarding hot in place recycling and also attached OPSS 332. Do you recall reviewing that document at the time?
If she sent it to me in an email, then I would have reviewed it, yes.
Okay, and what was your understanding on the MTO's specifications or guidelines regarding hot in place recycling at this time?
If I remember correctly, the spec was an older spec, and it was, I don't think it fell in line with this newer technology that was coming.
And what do you mean by that?
The older technology was a much more aggressive technology where they really superheated the asphalt, where the technology that we're looking at with EcoPave was more of a thin layers of being removed and then mixing of existing asphalt with new asphalt. I believe the old OPS I was sent was an older spec.
I'm just going to take you to that attachment. It's HAM 1391 registrar. And Ms. Rick, just at the very bottom of this page, it includes the HIR process shall not be used to recycle SMA or composite pavements. In your conversations with Ms. Bell, did you ever discuss this or ask her why the MTO took this position?
Why they took the position? I don't recall if I asked that specific question.
Do you recall if that was ever a concern for the city?
At this time, we were actually looking at, again, changing the asphalt from an SMA to a 12.5 FC2. So it was going to be a different process altogether.
And registrar, if we can go back to the overview document to page 53. And at paragraph 125, there's an exchange between you and Dr. Henderson from Golder relating to the sampling in context of the hot in place recycling suitability study. I understand that you attended the sampling on site on July 22nd and August 19th. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was your role on site?
To make sure that the traffic coordination was occurring and that the contractors were on site to do the work, and then just to see what was happening. The process that we needed to take place, we did not want to get into the rich bottom mix, which was the underlying mix of the perpetual pavement. So we wanted to make sure we were staying within the middle section of mix, I guess you could say, the binder course mix and the surface course. We did not want to dig into that rich bottom mix layer. So I was also out there to make sure that was not occurring.
Okay, and who attended, who else from the city attended on site? Do you recall?
I think there was some inspectors because I was using maintenance's contractor to do the work. We had some reps from, a rep was in from maintenance and an inspector was in from maintenance because they were also doing other works at the same time.
And who from Golder attended?
Ms. Henderson was on site, but she did not stay long. I stayed much later than she did.
And do you recall if she was on site both times?
Yeah, from what I remember, she was there for at least part of the time the first date and part of the time the second date.
And did you discuss prior testing that Golder had conducted on the RHVP?
Not that I remember.
Did you discuss do you remember the Golder report or the Tradewind report being discussed on site at either time?
So yes, with respect to, I was asked if I had seen it, and that's when I said I had not.
You say you'd been asked if you had seen it. What does it refer to?
The report.
The Golder report or the Tradewind report, to your knowledge?
Well, when we were speaking, the discussion was, and this was the August date that we were on site talking, and I don't remember why we got onto the topic. I had said all I'd heard was that the results were inconclusive. Ms. Henderson asked, have you seen the report? I said, no. She said, I'll send you the report.
Okay. And do you recall discussing any details about the report at that time?
No, we did not get into details.
And prior to this discussion, were you aware that there was a report?
Again, anything I had heard had been inconclusive, so I don't know what that was specific to, if that was.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, pages 53 and 54. Okay. On August 27th, 2018, you received an email from Dr. Uzarowski with Dr. Henderson copied, which attached the Tradewind report. Dr. Uzarowski wrote, as requested, please find attached the 2014 report on friction on RHVP and the link prepared by Tradewind Scientific. As requested suggests that you requested it. Do you recall requesting the report?
Other than that discussion that I had with Ms. Henderson.
Okay. And was August 27th, 2018, the first time you saw the Tradewind report?
Yes.
And did you understand at this time, so August 27th, 2018, that the Tradewind report was an appendix to a larger report prepared by Golder?
No.
What did you do when you received the Tradewind report?
I did not read it right away. I was on vacation after I received it.
Okay. Do you recall when you first read it?
Actual date? No, I don't recall the actual date that I read it. I believe it was after the Labor Day weekend. I don't believe I read it right away.
Okay. Do you believe that? I understand you said it would have been after the Labor Day weekend that you did read it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So within a few weeks, you would have read it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Even if you didn't read the report right away, when you received it, did you have an understanding of what the report was?
I mean, other than what Vimy and I had spoken about, which was basically they were sending me a report that we were talking about friction.
Okay, so you understood it was a report related to friction?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the report when you did read it?
I didn't quite understand how they were applying a UK standard in the province of Ontario, or how airport runways fall in line with the, pavement that vehicles drive on. That they were talking about a lot of specifications from the United Kingdom and airports, and again, entirely different applications, entirely different locations. So the information to me, there was no reference to any provincial standards. There was no reference to any Canadian standards that I was aware of. And I didn't quite understand how that all fit into place with
Why did Mr. Moore
would apply in the province of Ontario.
And what was your familiarity with friction testing results, standards, or reports at this time?
I'm sorry, what was my familiarity with what?
Friction testing
In
results.
general?
Yeah. What was your, did you have any experience with friction testing results or standards at this time?
No, not at all.
Just take you to a copy of the report that was attached to the email. Registrar, if you could take us to HAM 53623. If you can go to images 3 and 4, please. Okay. And Mr. Beck, even if you were not familiar with friction testing numbers at the time, did you understand when you read the report that there was a difference in the description of friction test results from the link to the RHVP?
Yes.
Were you concerned regarding the difference at this time?
Well, again, the question here is you're comparing a road that was paved 2 years prior to a road that had been paved much longer ago. So it's a different application and different pavement altogether. So how the two compared, I wasn't quite understanding how the two compare when you're looking at an asphalt that was recently paved and fairly new compared to a different asphalt that was paved quite a few, well, not quite a few, but years previously.
Okay, Registrar, if we can go to image 13. And if you can call out the second paragraph, please. Actually, the first two paragraphs. Do you recall reading in the report the overall low levels and the variability of friction along the length of the parkway indicate the need for further examination of the pavement surface composition and wear performance?
Yes.
Do you recall reading, we recommend that a more detailed investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered to enhance the surface texture and friction characteristics of the Red Hill Valley Parkway based on the friction measurements reported in the current survey?
I read that, yes.
Even if you didn't understand the applicability, did you understand that Tradewind had recommended further investigation be conducted and possible remedial action be considered?
Yes.
To your knowledge, was this ever done?
I do not know.
Who or what group within Public Works would have been responsible for such an investigation?
I'm not sure who had undertaken that.
And in your view, what group of the city was responsible for friction testing?
I guess it would depend upon the purpose for why it was being completed.
What do you mean by that? Which groups possibly could have been responsible and
Well, if it was a maintenance operation or a traffic safety operation, it's not something that we would normally do in design.
Okay. And did you have any concerns regarding the RHVP after reading the Tradewind report?
I had questions.
What questions did you have?
I still did not understand how a UK specification applied in Ontario. Are the numbers that the UK investigation have comparable to numbers we would have in Ontario? And what are those numbers? Because I'm not aware of anything that was published.
Did you raise any questions with anyone at this time?
Immediately, no. I was trying to digest what I had read.
At any time, did you raise questions?
I mean, eventually, I'm sure through discussion, but I don't remember specific when.
When did you first discuss this report with anyone at the city?
I don't recall the date. I'm sorry.
Did you contact Dr. Yuzurowski, Dr. Henderson, or anyone at Golder regarding your review of the report?
Immediately, no. I can't remember if we talked about it during any conversations, though.
Do you have a recollection of any conversations?
Off the top of my head, no, I don't. I'm sorry.
Did you ever contact anyone at Tradewind regarding the
No.
report?
I did not contact Tradewind.
At this time, I understand from your evidence that you were unsure about the applicability of the standards discussed in this report.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
If you had questions about it at this time, or at the time you reviewed it, I should say, why did you not contact the consultants that prepared the report?
I don't know. Again, the information provided, I still don't understand how it applied to Ontario standard. I don't have an answer why I didn't.
Okay, and what did you do with the report after you received it?
So I had printed it off to read it, and try to remember. Normally, my normal course of action is I would, when I receive a report such as this, I would also file it in with the if we had a contract that was happening, I would file it in there in our project wise.
So you first said that you printed it to read it. Do you recall where you kept the hard copy?
Would have been at my desk.
And registrar, if you can close that call out. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 62648 at image 2. Okay. And you referenced that it would be your typical practice to save a document such as this in project-wise. This is an audit trail for the document we just looked at, that copy of the Tradewind report. You see here that there's a line indicating that the file in project-wise was created. To your knowledge, is this the first time that you would have saved this in project-wise?
Yes. I mean, sorry. First time I saved it to project wise, you mean?
Correct.
What time specifically? I'm sorry.
And I believe if you look at the created line, I think it is month, day, year. So that would be November 9th, 2018. Do you recall if you saved it in project-wise before then?
So I guess my question is where is this file? Like, where is this file in the Red Hill file, or is this in another location?
Do you recall where you would have saved?
I would have saved it under the Red Hill project file.
Okay, and this, just for clarification, it is the same, it is the version that was attached to that email.
No, sorry, I'm asking, the project wise has got a number of file folders that
Right.
are in them with different projects. So I just wanted to make sure that the question, or like the location that you're referring me to, is the resurfacing file.
I am not sure if I have information on what folder it was saved in. Give me one moment, I can confirm if we have that information. But do you have any recollection on what specific folder you might have saved it in?
I would have saved it to the Red Hill file, like the resurfacing file.
Okay, and do you have any recollection of saving it anywhere in project-wise before November 9th.
Again, it's my normal course of action. At the time, our inboxes would fill up quite regularly, and I'd have to move large files off of my computer to the ProjectWise file. So that's where I would normally save it. And I would normally save it to the folder with respect to the project that was being done.
Okay, thank you. And Registrar, I believe both the last document we were looking at, so the copy of the Tradewin report, needs to be marked as an exhibit HAM 53623, and that should be exhibit 113. And then this document as well needs to be marked.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
And to your knowledge, you referred to a Red Hill file, the resurfacing file. To your knowledge, was that a folder that others had access to?
It would have been accessible to anybody that had access on ProjectWise.
So there were no additional restrictions on the resurfacing folder. Anybody with a ProjectWise login could have accessed that folder. Is that correct?
No, there are different permissions. Sorry, it depends on the folder.
Okay, and the Red Hill resurfacing folder, do you know if it had any access permissions?
It would have been available to engineering services. Again, the way the folder structure was is that there was design related and different department related section related to it. So, and there's different users have different permissions as to what they can do.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to RHV 443. And if you can call out the last, I believe, 5 paragraphs beginning with then on August 27th, 2018. And Mr. Beck, for your reference, this article was written following the public disclosure of the Tradewin report in April 2019. And there are a few references to you, including Beck was not made available to speak to this, but McKinnon, the city's designated Red Hill spokesperson, said Beck was doing work on the resurfacing design of the RHVP. Specifically, the city was trying to find out whether the top layer of asphalt on the road could be recycled using a technology called hot in place. And then further, Mike reports that he was speaking with a staff member from Golders and Associates who mentioned the Tradewin scientific report. Mike said he hadn't seen it / heard of it. That staff member asked for Mr. Zarowski to forward the report to Mike the next day, McKinnon said. Does this accord with your recollection?
Yes.
Did you speak directly with Mr. McKinnon regarding this?
I don't remember if I spoke directly to Mr. McKinnon or.
Okay. Mr. McKinnon was quoted as saying that the report was not directly relevant to his work, so to your work. Did you make that comment to Mr. McKinnon?
I don't remember if I stated that.
Do you agree that the report was not directly relevant to your work?
Well, the work we were doing again was mixed design verification. This was a different report from a different time. Report obviously was done years before the work we were doing. And we were getting ready to resurface the road.
Would you consider the friction of a pavement you are involved in a project that considering recycling that asphalt relevant?
I mean, that's why we were doing the testing. My understanding was part of the mixed design verification was to test that.
In your view, had you become aware of the report sooner, would it have had any impact on the city's investigation into the use of hot in place recycling?
I don't know.
Registrar, you can close this. And if we can go to, actually, Commissioner, I see that we are just past the afternoon break and I am about to move to a different topic. So I propose this might be a good place to break.
Let's take our afternoon break for 15 minutes. We'll return at 3:30.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, page 54, please. At paragraph 128, you'll see an excerpted email conversation you, Mr. McGuire, and Ms. Jacob. After being told by Ms. Jacob that there had been some delays and delays regarding the hot place recycling project, Mr. McGuire replied, "Should we just consider going with a conventional paving method?" And this is August 30th, 2018, a few days after the email we just looked at that attached the Trademan report. Had you shared with Mr. McGuire or Ms. Jacob at this that you had received a report relating to the RHVP pavement at this time?
No. Again, I believe I was on vacation at that time.
Okay. Do you recall when you returned from vacation, whether you provided that information?
No.
To confirm, no, you don't recall, or no, you did not provide that information.
I don't recall providing that information.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can also call up page 55. This is the same day, August 30th, 2018. Mr. McGuire sent an email to you as well as others of the city. So Ms. Jacob, Mr. Odie, Mr. Andoga, and Erica Waite. Actually, it may be helpful if we call up this document. It is HAM 5971. Apologies, Mr. Beck. I see that you are not copied on this email.
Mhm.
Do you recall being made aware from anyone on this email at the time that Mr. McGuire was looking for asphalt testing reports regarding that review the material on the RHVP?
No.
Did Mr. McGuire ever ask you at this time if you had such results or reports?
No.
Okay, Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, page 58. So the inquiry has received a copy of an email Mr. Moore received from Dr. Zarowski on December 17th, 2015, which attached a copy of the Trademan report. We understand that metadata from the document indicates that the email may have been forwarded the same day, so August 30th, 2018 at 7:13 p.m. So we do not have that document itself, should it exist. Did you open this email or forward this email to anyone on August 30th, 2018?
No, again, I was on vacation.
Do you recall if you were the recipient of any such email?
No.
Okay. And I understand that the document was saved in ProjectWise within the Director of Engineering Services folder. Did you have access to that folder at this time?
No, I do not.
Did you ever get access to that
I've
folder?
never had access to that folder that I can recollect.
Were you aware that that folder existed?
We're not able to see certain folders, so I don't think I could even see it, depending on my permission for the project wise.
And do you have any knowledge of who did have access to that folder?
I don't. I'm assuming the director. That's about it. I'm not
Okay,
sure.
but you have no actual knowledge
I
of.
have no knowledge. Correct.
Registrar, if we can go to page 73, please. Okay, and at paragraphs 175 and 176, it's an email that you received on September 11th, 2018. Mr. McGuire emailed you and Mr. Odie asking, had you seen these Golder reports on our asphalt? Did we ever report to PwC? And then there's a link to what I presume is a folder on the S drive. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you received this email, do you recall reviewing the documents within that link?
I don't recall if I actually opened the folder. Some folders I don't have access to as well on the S drive. Again, it depends on who sets them up.
Okay, so you don't recall whether or not you
Correct. I don't recall.
the link. Okay. And the link includes PMTR report Golder. Had you at this time reviewed any of the PMTR reports prepared by Golder? To your knowledge?
The PMTR, I'm not sure what that stands for. I'm not familiar with that one.
Pavement Material Technology Review, I believe.
Okay.
So to your knowledge, you had not reviewed those at this time?
I'd have to see the reports. I'm sorry.
And you replied the same day, writing, I was speaking to Ludimir last week and he sent it to me then. This is the first I have seen this report. I have read it and I have questions for him, but I have not had a chance to talk to him since. I'm not sure what was done with that report. We should talk about it first. So in that first sentence you wrote, he sent it to me then. What is it? What report were you referring to?
I believe I was referring to the Tradewin report.
To your knowledge, was the Tradewin report included at that link?
I don't know. You're talking about the S drive link?
Correct.
I don't know.
And you wrote in your email, I have read it and I have questions for him. I take it that as of September 11th, 2018, you had read the Tradewin report. Is that correct?
Yes.
You also wrote, I am not sure what was done with that report. We should talk about it first. Do you recall discussing it with Mr. McGuire at this time? So September 11th.
I don't remember if we spoke about that specifically.
Do you recall telling Mr. McGuire at this time what report you were referring to?
No, I don't remember if I specifically said that.
Okay, and leaving aside for a moment the 2014 Golder report that appends the Tradewin report, at this time, had you seen any other Golder reports or results, including anything related to the 2017 pavement evaluation?
No.
Did you ever receive results or a report for the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation?
No, I don't remember ever receiving the final results for that report.
Did you ever receive any draft results to your knowledge?
I don't remember receiving draft results either.
Okay, and just to confirm, you did not receive a draft or final report in addition to any results, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. McGuire at this time that you had received the Tradewin report, or more generally, did you tell him that you received a report regarding friction from Golder?
I mean, other than this email, I don't remember if I spoke to Gord about that specifically right away.
Do you recall when you first discussed the trade wind report with Mr. McGuire?
No, I don't recall my first discussion with Gord.
Did you discuss the trade wind report at this time with anyone other than Mr. McGuire?
I do not believe so.
And to confirm, is your answer specific to this time frame or more
Specific to
general?
this time frame.
Okay. And Mr. McGuire's email was under the subject line discuss asphalt audit. What was your involvement with the audit at this time?
So the asphalt audit was, they were interviewing a number of staff involved. So I was one of the people that was providing information to the auditor.
Okay, and how did your role differ from Mr. McGuire's?
I dealt with specific questions related to the asphalt process that we would do for our capital projects.
Did you have any discussions regarding the trade wind report in context of the audit?
No, I don't believe it ever came up.
And did you ever provide the trade wind report to audit services?
I don't believe they asked for it or that I provided it.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 55560. Need to confirm the image number. One moment. We can go to image 5, please. And Mr. Beck, to give you context, this was a timeline that we understand to have been prepared sometime in May 2019.
Okay.
And the draft timeline in the middle of the page, I think it says row 59. There's an entry for September 26, 2018 that notes file containing the Tradewind Scientific Report is opened by Gord McGuire from the Public Works Document Management System. Do you have any, to your knowledge, is that correct?
I don't know.
Do you have any reason to contradict that it was first open on this date? For example, had you shown Mr. McGuire the Tradewind report prior to this?
I don't believe I showed him at that time. I can't remember though.
Okay. And prior to September 26, 2018, did Mr. McGuire ever ask you for a report related to friction or for friction results?
I don't remember Gord asking me specific.
When did you first become aware that Mr. McGuire had discovered the Tradewind report or had accessed the Tradewind report?
I don't remember.
At this time, so in September of 2018, were you aware of the draft 2014 Golder report that appended the Tradewind report?
No.
When did you first become aware of the Golder report?
The 2014 Golder report?
Correct.
That had this one appended to it, the Tradewind. Probably during the FOI process.
Okay, and do you recall how you became aware of it?
No, I don't. We were collecting a lot of documents.
Okay. And do you recall if you first saw the report in digital copy or was it a hard copy?
I don't remember.
And do you recall at all when you first spoke to Mr. McGuire and or Ms. Jacob about the Tradewind or Golder report?
No, I don't.
Do you recall anything? Do you recall any discussion you had about the Tradewind or Golder report with Mr. McGuire or Ms. Jacob
In what time frame?
at any time frame?
I mean, I guess eventually we were talking about it, yes, but I don't, like, if you're asking me about September 26th exact date, I don't recollect if we had a discussion at that time.
So I understand that you don't have a recollection at that time, but do you recall any discussions that you had with Mr. McGuire or Ms. Jacob?
I mean, I don't remember when, but I'm sure we did talk about it.
To your knowledge, was it prior to the city's receipt of an FOI request?
No.
It would
I
have
don't
been
think it would have been.
after.
It would have been after.
Okay. So sometime after November 8th, 2018.
I guess, yeah.
Okay. And do you recall anything about those discussions or that discussion?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Do you recall anyone expressing any concern regarding the Tradewind or Golder report?
I don't think so. No, I don't recollect specifically.
And do you recall if you had raised the Tradewind report with Mr. McGuire or Ms. Jacob for the first time, or was it raised with you?
I mean, obviously in that email, I was speaking about it that we talked about earlier on the 11th. I don't recall that. I mean, we were going through the audit, plus it's also a very busy time of year in the design section. So I don't remember specifics. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you think it is possible that you had discussed it with Mr. McGuire after September 11th or on September 11th, but you don't recall? Is that correct?
It's possible that I don't recall. I'm sorry.
And Registrar, if we can go to HAM 35496 and HAM 35497. So you are not copied on the email from Ms. Jacob to Mr. McGuire on September 27th, 2018, but it attached a document, the document on the right. Did you assist Ms. Jacob in preparing this document?
No.
And at this time, so September 27th, 2018, were you aware of the 2014 Golder report that's described at bullet 1 of the attachment?
Well, I was aware of the Tradewind portion of the report.
But not the overall, not the larger report that appended it, is that correct?
I had not seen the larger report.
Were you aware that there was a larger report?
I believe so. I honestly can't recall. I'm sorry.
Do you recall how you might have come to have that understanding?
Through the Tradewind report?
But you had not had any discussions with anyone regarding the Golder report?
No.
Okay, Registrar, if we can go to pages 88 and 89 of Overview Document 9. Beginning at paragraph 222. So Mr. McGuire forwarded an email he received from Ms. Graham, in turn, was forwarding an email she originally received from Ms. O'Reilly from the Spectator. Would it be helpful if I take you to the email
Yes.
itself? Okay, I believe that is HAM 11303. And if you can open both images, please, Registrar. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. O'Reilly's original email, she asked about asphalt testing done on the RHVP.
Mhm.
And Mr. McGuire forwarded you this email chain on October 3rd, 2018, writing, "Let's review this today." Do you recall if you did review that with Mr. McGuire and Ms. Jacob?
I can't recall if we had a specific meeting, but we might have had a discussion.
Do you recall that discussion?
Not in specifics.
Okay. Do you generally recall what was discussed?
No, I mean, I'm assuming we talked about what was in Gord's email, but again, I don't remember specifics to the discussion.
Okay. And at this time, October of 2018, had you discussed or raised the Tradewind or Golder report with Mr. McGuire and Ms. Jacob in context of this email?
In the context of this email, no, we were talking about the testing we did on the site, like the samples we took.
And at this time, you had a report that reflected testing done on the RHVP. Why didn't you raise this with Mr. McGuire or Ms. Jacob?
I don't know.
Do you know what Ms. Jacob referred to in writing, "We should buy some more time before responding to this email"?
No.
Registrar, if we can go to page 96 of the overview document, please. Paragraph 240, you'll see on October 9th, 2018, you sent an email to Dr. Uzarowski under the subject line "Red Hill Crash, October 1." And you enclosed a link to a Hamilton Spectator article regarding accidents on the RHVP. Why did you send this to him at this time?
I don't know.
Did you discuss it with Dr. Uzarowski other than this email?
I don't remember if we had a discussion or not.
Did you discuss the article with anyone else at the city?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Do you recall how you became aware of the article?
No.
And Registrar, if we can please call up page 97 as well. Paragraph, the next paragraph, paragraph 241. So this is a few 2 days later, you sent a calendar invite to Dr. Uzarowski for a meeting set for October 18th. The subject was review of RHVP sampling, additional discussion regarding asphalt reports. What was the purpose of this meeting?
Can you bring up the email?
Sure. I believe it is HAM 11355.
Sorry, just I want to make sure I have the right context and the right email that you're referring me to.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
And what was the purpose of this meeting?
So we were approached by another company that could do hot in place, and they were going to have a presentation for us as to their process.
And at this time, so October 11th, 2018, was it your understanding that the city was still considering hot in place recycling for the Red Hill Valley Parkway?
I hadn't received any results yet, so I was still moving forward because I hadn't received any results yet from the samples we had taken.
Okay, so to your understanding, it was still.
I was under the impression we were still moving forward, correct? Yes.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go back to page 97, please. And a paragraph 242. So this is 5 days after you sent the calendar invitation, but before the meeting, you emailed Dr. Zurowski copying Mr. Renault. Was your reference to the HIP presentation on Thursday that calendar invitation we just looked at?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you told him in the email that you'd like to speak regarding, among other things, hot in place recycling. So the status of the current asphalt testing for HIP on the RHVP, and also the existing asphalt structure of the RHVP and construction implications if we go with a shave and pave. Why were you asking about a shave and pave at this time?
Probably looking at my options.
And were there discussions about not proceeding with on-place recycling at this time in mid-October?
I still haven't received asphalt results, so without having those results in place to determine if the asphalt mix could be reused, then I have to start looking at other options. It's going to delay me.
And is that based on the timing? This being October
Timing to go to
28th.
tender.
Also wrote in the last paragraph, made reference to an audit process. And you wrote, we have noted that we have quite a few of the results missing. What results were missing?
So my understanding was that there was some asphalt test results that we had for all of the projects for a number of years that were provided to Golder. So during the audit process, they asked if we could get those test results back. So I had reached out to Ludimir because I knew, I understood that he was the one that had those test results and we were getting them back for the audit.
When you say the test results for all the projects, are these projects related to the RHVP?
No, all City of Hamilton projects.
Okay. And registrar, if we can go to page 89, and if we can also call up HAM 61788 at image 129. Can you actually go to image 130 of maybe the next image over? At the next one, looking for an August or October 18th, 2018. Okay. thank you. My mistake. I've skipped ahead. This is related to the next meeting. It was image 129. Apologies. So this is an entry from your notebook for October 9th, 2018. Does this reflect a meeting you attended?
Yep.
What do you recall about the meeting?
It was with our auditor, Dominic, and we were just outlining what the discussion was going to be for the audit.
Okay, and do you recall if you discussed the Tradewind or 2014 Golder report at this time?
No, we did not.
And the third line from the bottom, there's Ludemir-Golder records. Is this in reference to what we just discussed, the asphalt results from the city generally?
The asphalt results that were missing in the previous email, yes.
Okay, and if we can now go to 61788 at, I believe it was image 138. And you can take down the overview document for now. Are these your notes from a meeting on October 18th, 2018?
Yes.
What do you recall about that meeting?
We met with the other contractor, and I was outlining my notes reflect their process for the hot in place, which was different than the EcoPay version.
Do you recall who attended this meeting?
I don't recall everyone that was in the meeting. There was a number of people. I believe that would be part of my meeting invite that was sent out.
Okay. And do you recall at this time, October 18th, 2018, if hot in place recycling was still being considered for the RHVP? To your knowledge?
Again, at the time, I had still not received the results, so we were looking at options, yes.
And at this meeting, did you discuss with Dr. Uzarowski the Golder or Tradewind report?
I don't remember if I did or not.
I recall it was your evidence that you had questions related to the applicability of the standards in the Tradewind report. Is that correct?
I did say I had questions, yes.
Okay. And do you recall if you asked Dr. Uzarowski about those questions at this meeting?
I don't remember, no.
Is it possible that you did ask him at the meeting?
It's possible, but again, I don't remember.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to HAM 1455. Apologies, it's 1455. Thank you. And Registrar, I believe this document needs to be marked as an exhibit, so that would be 115 by my count.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
An email you received from Ms. Bell on October 23rd, 2018. And she wrote, thought I would check in with you on your HIR investigation, as we just got asked about our HIR project by the Hamilton Spectator. Let me know how it's going when you got a chance. When you get a chance. Apologies. Do you recall if you spoke to Ms. Bell after receiving this email?
I believe I did speak to Ms. Bell afterwards.
And what do you recall about that?
I remember I was in a meeting and I had to leave the meeting when the call came in. I don't remember specifics other than the fact that she asked why they were getting a call from the Spectator. And I wasn't sure why they were getting that call.
Okay, and is your recollection that she called you? Is that the case?
Oh, I can't remember if she called me or if I called her.
Okay, I believe you said that you left a meeting for the
I
call.
remember I left a meeting, yes.
Okay, and would that be because she called you or because you had received this email? Or do you,
I don't remember.
and did you provide Ms. Bell any information regarding the status of the Houghton and Place recycling investigation?
I don't remember the conversation specific. Again, I had to leave a meeting. I remember that because I remember I was on the 4th floor of the office, which is not where we are, and for the call. I don't remember if we got into the Houghton Place where the city was at.
Registrar, if we can also call up MTO 38687 at image 13. Mr. Beck, these are again Ms. Bell's notes. They are not your notes to confirm. And if possible, if you can just call that out. And towards the bottom of the page, there's a bullet almost at the bottom. To the left, it says HIR, and then it says samples came back, friction numbers, concerns. Did you tell Ms. Beck that you or the city had concerns with friction numbers?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Did you have concerns regarding friction numbers at this time?
I mean, at this time, I was aware of that.
When you say you're aware of that, you mean you were aware of the trade wind
I
report?
was aware of the trade wind report.
And were you concerned regarding the friction numbers?
Again, going back to what I had said previously, there were UK values and stuff. There is no provincial standard that we could follow with that.
And did you tell Ms. Bell that you had a report, or did you reference the trade wind report with her?
I don't remember.
Did you ever provide it to her?
No.
And there's a note that references 50/50 to get PSV dash polished. Do you have any recollection of what that note may refer to?
No.
There's also a note that says 70/30 with an arrow that I believe might say beneficiating. Were you discussing the mix requirements for Houghton Place or the aggregate percentages?
Those numbers are similar to what we had spoke to Lumir previously.
Okay. And at this time, so this is now October 23rd, was it your understanding that the city was still investigating the use of Houghton Place recycling to resurface the RHVP? Or had the decision not to proceed with that been made at this time?
I was probably leaning towards shave and pave by that time, but again, I had not received any final results yet from any of the testing that had come back.
When you say that you were leaning towards shave and pave, was it your decision?
No, it would not have been my decision to make.
Whose decision would it have been?
It would have been a group decision in
And when you
engineering
say
services,
the department as a whole or the division as a whole?
division as a whole.
Do you recall who, if anyone, eventually made that decision?
I don't know if it was a specific person or again, if it was a group decision.
Okay, registrar, if we can go close this and go to page 230, the overview document. I seem to have my references. We go to page 93. It is paragraph 230 rather than page. You emailed the same day on October 23rd, 2018. You emailed Mr. McGuire and Ms. Jacob regarding a call you received from the MTO. Would that be referring to the call with Ms. Bell?
Sorry, I read the long line. 230, right? Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, what was your question?
In your email, were you referring to your call with Ms. Bell?
Yes.
Did you discuss the call further with Mr. McGuire or Ms. Jacob?
I'm sure I told them that I had received a phone call from Heather.
Do you recall if you discussed the content of that call?
I don't recollect in what detail I got into them with it.
Do you recall if you raised friction concerns or anything related to friction?
No, I did not. Or no, I do not remember.
Okay, so it's possible, but you don't remember?
I don't remember.
Okay, and registrar, if you can call up the next page. And at paragraph 235, you emailed Ms. Graham under the subject line, "I knew I wasn't crazy." And you wrote, "Just checking the spec before I leave for the day. This is the title now." And you attached the image that's excerpted there. Were you checking the Spectator's website because you anticipated an article?
So at this time we were receiving new media updates. So it was probably one of the media updates we had received.
Were you concerned about media coverage at this time?
No, I would just go through the media, different media things. It's a mailer that we get now that has all the different Hamilton references and stuff.
Okay, and the subject line, "I knew I wasn't crazy." Do you recall what you were referring to?
The title of the article.
And what were you referring specifically to about the title?
In the morning, the title had said, "Is something wrong with the asphalt on the Red Hill? We may never know." I brought that to Ms. Graham's attention. She said, "That's not what it says." And then that afternoon, when I was following up before I was leaving, I saw that the title was the same again.
So it's your recollection that the title of the article had changed? Do I understand that correctly?
When I went and spoke to Ms. Graham, yes, it had changed. And then when we went to look back at it, it was the same again.
Okay. Registrar, if we can go to HAM 35536. The city received an FOI request number 18189, which related to asphalt and friction testing. And it was received, it was sent to the Public Works Department on November 8th, 2018. Were you made aware of this FOI request?
I don't remember if I received this specific document, but I believe there was an email that was sent out.
Okay, do you recall when you first became aware, even if not this document in particular, but the fact that there was an FOI request?
It would have been when everyone received the email.
Okay. And I understand from documents later in time that you had some involvement in the collection of documents responsive to this FOI. Is that correct?
Yep, I supplied the information that I had.
And do you recall what kind of documents you were responsible for collecting?
Anything that we had in relation to the request.
And did you provide the trade wind report?
I'm assuming it was part of the package that was provided.
Okay, but you don't recall whether you provided it or not?
I think I provided links to all the folders that we had all the information in.
And would you have provided the printed hard copy?
We provided all hard copies that we did have, so that I'm assuming would have gone in there as well.
Do you recall specifically whether it did?
There was a lot of information we collected. I can't remember specifically what went into the FOI that we provided.
I think I understood before that sometime after the receipt of this FOI request, that you had discussions with Mr. McGuire and Ms. Jacob regarding the trade wind report. Is that correct?
Sorry, are you talking to something specific?
I believe you told me earlier that at some time after the city received an FOI request relating to friction testing, that you spoke to Mr. McGuire, or that you would have spoken to Mr. McGuire and Ms. Jacob regarding the trade wind.
It would have come up, and yeah, I don't remember a specific discussion after this time, but it would have come up, I'm assuming.
Okay. And Registrar, if we can go to page 116 of overview document 9. And you wrote to Ms. Jacob forwarding an email you received from Mr. Moore on November 24th, 2017, writing, "I just found this going through everything." When you wrote "going through everything," was that in response to the FOI?
Correct.
And what did you mean by "I just found this"? Were you previously unaware that you had received it?
I think I just hadn't filed it in a normal location, I guess.
And if we can go to page 127, Registrar. A few days later, on November 12th, Ms. Jacob emailed Mr. McGuire, copying you, attaching a document, the chart titled "Chronology of Events," which is excerpted below. Do you know did you have any involvement in preparing that document?
I don't recall specific if I was requested to provide document, like to help fill this out.
Do you know what information it's based on? Do you know how it was put together?
I can't remember how Susan pulled it together.
Okay. And we go to, if we can call up images 128 and 129. And in the middle of the page of 128, there's an entry for March 8th, 2018, Mike to Gary on Ludomir's opinion on HIP. Do you know what that refers to?
Sorry, which one was that? I'm sorry.
Registrar, if you could highlight. Thank you.
No, I don't know what that refers to.
And then on the next page, I believe it's 5 rows from the top, there's an entry for August 27th, 2018. BIMI forward Mike friction analysis by Tradewind Scientific. Is it fair to say by this time, the 12th of November, 2018, that you had informed Ms. Jacob of this?
Yes.
And then 2 rows below, August 30th, 2018. In the column on the right, there's decision to revert to shave and pave rather than HIP. Is it consistent with your recollection that this decision was made on August 30th?
No. And again, I don't think I was involved in that conversation.
Registrar, if we can go to HAM 62030 at image 6. And lines at line 67, this is a summary document prepared by Mr. McGuire. He wrote, after this discovery, either myself or Diana Cameron found or were given via Mike Beck the full 2014 Golders report that outlined the rest of the condition assessment for the RHVP. Do you recall giving the full 2014 Golders report to Mr. McGuire, to Ms. Cameron?
No, I don't.
Do you have any, can you provide any context for why Mr. McGuire may have noted that?
I can't, other than, no, I really don't. I mean, these are Mr. McGuire's notes, not, I don't know.
Registrar, if we can go to HAM 11841.
Sorry, Council, what was the doc ID for 114?
11841, please.
Thank you.
You were invited to a meeting on December 7th, 2018, titled Hamilton RHVP Roadside Safety Review Progress Meeting Agenda. What was your involvement with the SEMA report at this time?
I had not had any involvement at that time.
Was this the first time you became involved?
I believe so.
Okay, and Registrar, if you can call up CIM 17524 at image 16. Mr. Beck, do you recall if you attended the meeting with SEMA on December 7th, 2018?
Don't call specifically if I was at that meeting. I mean, I'm in a lot of meetings during the day and I go to a lot of meetings for consultants and stuff. So I don't remember if I was specifically at this meeting.
Okay. A slide from the presentation, which is up here, includes findings suggest that inadequate skid resistance, surface polishing, bleeding, contamination, and excessive speeds may be contributing factors to collisions. Do you recall this?
I don't remember this slide, no.
Okay. Do you recall ever raising the trade wind report with SEMA?
No.
Did you know whether SEMA had that report?
I don't. SEMA was not engaged through us.
Okay. To your knowledge, after the report, after you became aware of the report, and after Mr. McGuire later became aware of the report in September 2018, were any steps taken to ascertain the safety of the roadway?
Through which department?
Through any department, just to your knowledge, were
I don't
any steps
know.
taken?
I don't know.
Registrar, if we can go to overview document 9, page 202, please. And you exchanged emails with Ms. Jacob and Mr. McGuire on December 12th, 2018. And you had advised that you asked Ludimir to make this report, even if it's a draft, a priority for before the Christmas break. I will follow up with Ludimir this afternoon on its status and we'll let you know. Why were you looking for the draft report at this time?
I still have not received any sample information.
Had anyone at the city told you about it? I will ask this more generally. At this time, did you know if the city decided not to proceed with hot in place recycling?
By December, I believe that was the decision that was made.
And why were you why were you still looking for the report if the city had decided no longer to proceed with that option?
I had paid for a report. I wanted, the documentation for what we had paid for.
Okay, and how was the report going to be used by the city if not in context of the RHVP resurfacing?
Well, it's a good information report. I mean, again, we paid for a document, we did all this testing and all that. I would like to know what the outcome was of the asphalt that we were testing.
Registrar, if we can go to GOL 5768 and 5769. Was this the first time, so this is December 21st, 2018, was this the first time you received results relating to the hot in place recycling suitability study?
Formal results, yes.
Had you received informal results prior?
I was shown a graph.
When was that?
Back in October, I would say. Ludimir showed me a graph of the gradation of the asphalt.
Would that have,
I never received any results, so I was just shown the graph.
would that have been at the October 18, 2018 meeting?
I believe it was in around that time.
Okay. And if we can go to overview document 9, page 220. And at paragraph 533, so this is the same, a few days later on December 24th, 2018, you forwarded Dr. Yuzurowski's email to Mr. McGuire, copying Ms. Jacob and Mr. Renault. You wrote, I have read the report, it is factual based and does make reference to PSV. Why did you raise PSV?
I don't remember why I raised PSV specifically when I replied back to Mr. McGuire.
Commissioner, I note the time that we're at 4:30. I have a few more questions for Mr. Beck. I understand that Mr. Beck will be returning tomorrow morning. So I'm in your hands of whether I continue or if we pick this up tomorrow morning.
Well, I think it's probably been a long day for everyone. Why don't we adjourn for the evening and stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9:30 when you can finish up with your questions of Mr. Beck, and counsel for the participants can then address their questions. So, thank you. stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.